It's all magic, no tricks. Coming with it.
And all right, guys, let's get right to it. Yo, this is Set with Set Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you. All right, guys, we're about to recap the week, starting with Trump's announcement on the 10th about pharmaceuticals and also him answering questions. And then we're also going to get into what China's doing with their rare earth minerals and how right now they're honestly the most duplicitous player in the trade world right now, which I've been calling for months. So, hey, shout out to me. But let's get right into it, guys. And let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video. Let's go.
We have, at this moment, I think we just cracked $18 trillion in commitments and investments in our country. As an example, the last administration was far less than $1 trillion for 4 years. We're at plus $18 trillion for 8 months. There's never been anything like it in history, in any country, anywhere in the world. So that's great. But maybe for purposes of this,
and we are going to skip to the question part of these announcements. But what just happened is that Trump got pharmaceutical companies. I forgot the name of it, but it's a British pharmaceutical company that says they're going to bring manufacturing into America. And not only that, they're going to lower their drug prices as well, the prescription drug prices for Medicare patients.
Importantly, we're going to bring drug prices down at numbers.
Highlight the Medicare patients part.
That nobody ever thought possible, Glenn. I think nobody ever even thought it was possible. So we're going to be doing a lot of business, but we're going to be also numbers that when you're 2, 3, 4, 500% less. I just noticed one of them over here, 654% discount. 654. The laggard is 98%, right? 9 is that what? Wow, 96, 230%, but 654, and we have some that top that by a lot. So it's really going to be incredible, and that's going to be so good for Medicaid and Medicare and everything. Frankly, for your life, it's going to be so good. So nobody ever thought they were going to see. And don't let Democrats take the credit because they'll try. They'll say, "Oh, we worked so hard on it." They didn't work hard. They did. They obstructed. They actually did the opposite. So
instead of lowering gas prices, they just start dumping money into healthcare, which honestly made healthcare companies and pharmaceutical companies able to charge us more. So yeah, throwing money at a situation doesn't work, but negotiating does. And well, the use of tariffs as well.
That's really more important than even the tremendous investments being made in our country. But think of it, we cracked 18 trillion with a T, trillion dollars, and frankly, 1 trillion for 4 years wasn't that bad. He did less than a trillion, but we did that in a period of 8 months. So it's pretty record-shattering by many trillions of dollars. Any country, no matter what country you're talking about, nobody's done numbers like that. So thank you all for being here. Do you want to have a couple of questions? Yeah, please.
one on this.
Oh yeah, and the company is AstraZeneca. So look that up. AstraZeneca, British pharmaceutical company that's pretty much dedicating to manufacture in America and also bring down prescription drug prices to most favored nation prices. Hey, they're not the only pharmaceutical company that's agreed to do this. I mean, Pfizer was also here like what, maybe last week, agreeing to do the same exact thing.
If I could, one on China, if I may. First on this, could you have brought these pharmaceutical companies to the table without that 100% tariff which was imposed?
Well, it's not 100%. You're talking about China might be
No, I'm talking
100%.
about the 100% you imposed on pharmaceuticals for that sector.
I would never have been able to bring him. Now, I'm not sure that Pascal would like to say, but behind the scenes, he did say tariffs were a big reason he came here, and also the fact he loved Virginia. He liked this guy. He liked me. I think the November 5th election was a very important date. We had a good election, and that was important. But yeah, he's here. A lot of. I can speak for almost everybody that's here. Most of them are here because of tariffs, because you have to understand he has no tariffs. If you build in this country, there are no tariffs. So
yeah, if you promise or dedicate to building this country, you have 3 years to pretty much fulfill your promise, or yet 100% tariff will apply to any pharmaceutical company who hasn't dedicated some type of manufacturing to the US or promising of lowering their drug prices.
Let me ask you about China, if I could. Just want to confirm, have you canceled your meeting with President Xi? And
no, I haven't canceled, but I don't know that we're going to have it. But I'm going to be there regardless, so I would assume we might have it. But they hit the world with something that really is not anything that people are going to do, and it's it was shocking. I can tell you, Howard and I and Todd, we all.
So President Xi literally asked the entire world to shoot themselves in the foot to spite America. So what he was trying to do, and he sent threatening letters to almost every country in the world who's using their rare earth minerals, which is damn near almost every country. Actually, I think it is every country. But yeah, he sent these letters around, and he pretty much told them, look, you're going to limit your exports to the US, and we're going to try to cripple their economy and their businesses overnight to get them to submit before we meet up in Malaysia. And that was the plan. Now, well, some of these countries sent Trump the ransom letters pretty much stating that, yeah, China is threatening, pretty much saying that we can't send our materials to you, or they are going to do this, that, and the third to us. And Trump reacted with the 100% tariff. So once again, China proving to be the most duplicitous actor in the trade world. Again.
We were all speaking about it before, and we said, where did that come from? It was just, that was out of the blue, right? Out of the blue, they came up with this whole import-export concept, and nobody knew anything about it. So.
If they roll back their export controls, the new announcement, would you roll back?
Look, we're going to have to see what happens. That's why I made it November 1st. We'll see what happens, yeah.
Mr. President, Mr. President,
Go ahead, please.
what else besides software could be on the table in terms of export controls?
A lot more. I mean, you have software, but you have a lot more. We have airplanes. We have airplane parts. You remember that from last time. And we were just surprised that China. I have a very good relationship with President Xi, and they did that. This is not something that I, instigated. This was just a response to something that they did. And they didn't really aim it at us. They aimed it at the whole world. The whole world is subject to it. So I thought it was very, very bad. But we have many things, including a big thing is airplane. They have a lot of Boeing planes.
And don't worry, later on, we're going to get into the fine details of it.
They need parts and lots of things like that, Steve.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to accept the Gaza deal, and what will be your message to the Knesset when you speak to them?
Well, he wanted it. It's been a long time. He's been fighting a long time. He's been fighting hard. He wanted it. It's a great deal for Israel, but it's a great deal for everybody, for Arabs, for Muslims, for everybody, for the world. And as you know, on Monday, the hostages come back. They're getting them now. They're getting them now. They're in some pretty rough places under earth. They're in some pretty rough places where only a few people know where they are, in some cases. So they're getting them, and they're also getting the bodies, approximately 28 bodies.
Yep. So far, things are working out so far. So Israel has pulled back. The IDF has pulled back out of Gaza City. So the Gazans are able to return home and will attempt to rebuild their society or their cities. And there are hostages being released right now. Israel's offered up about 250 so far. I think Hamas is about what did they say, about like 5 of them so far. But yeah, this is what's pretty much going on right now. So right now, the Gaza peace plan is proceeding through phase 1 perfectly. But let's see if they can get to phase 2. I mean, praying, right? And shout out to my man. Oh yeah, shout out to my man Jay. He said China rage quit and slipped the negotiation table. Yeah. To be quite honest, China just did the stupidest thing ever, because they were literally expecting every country to shoot themselves in the foot and sink their economy to spite America. And all these countries are like, bro, are you serious? Like, do you understand? If we limit our exports to the United States, we lose out on that profit as well. And then who's to say that the next country is not going to take advantage of us limiting and try to double theirs? Like, who's to say they're going to listen to you? Like, why we all got to do this? And then why are you threatening us? So yeah, they all sent their letters to Trump, and they're like, Trump, look, man, go ahead and deal with China, because they're acting quite deviously out here in the global streets.
And some of those bodies are being unearthed right now as we speak. I mean, they're working on it right now.
Oh yeah, okay, my bad. Shout out Jay. Said China rage quit, and flip the negotiation table. I got you.
As we speak, it's a tragedy. It's a tragedy. No, he was very happy with it, and I can tell you that I saw Israel dancing in the streets, but they were dancing in Qatar and Saudi Arabia and UAE and many countries. I saw Egypt. They were dancing. I'll be going to Israel. I'll be speaking at the Knesset, I think, early on. And then I'm also going to Egypt. They were terrific. But all of the countries were great. Indonesia was great. Jordan was great. They were all great. Everybody wants this deal to happen.
What happens in Gaza the day after the hostage release?
Day after what?
The day after the hostage release, what happens there then?
Well, hopefully you're going to have great success I call it everlasting success. I think you will too. I think you're going to have tremendous success, and Gaza is going to be rebuilt. And you have some very wealthy countries, as you know, over there, and it would take a small fraction of their wealth to do that. But and I think they want to do it. And we're also setting up, as you know, a board of peace. It's called the Board of Peace. I don't know if that's the final name, but the word peace is definitely in there. They have asked me if I chair it. We'll make sure things go well.
And how confident are you that?
Yeah, the Board of Peace is supposed to be chaired by Trump and Tony Blair and other Arab nation leaders, which I believe Hamas has a bit of a concern with, because they don't think it's not really going to have any Palestinian influence. But they might be able to work something out there.
The ceasefire will hold.
I think it'll hold, yeah. I think it'll hold. They're all tired of the fighting. Don't forget, you had October 7th, which was a horrible day, 1,200 people killed. But Hamas has lost 58,000 people. That's big retribution. That's big retribution. People understand that. So, no, I think they're all tired of fighting. And this really gives the whole Middle East, this is beyond Gaza. Gaza is very important, but this is beyond Gaza. This is peace in the Middle East. And it is a beautiful thing. You know, it's a term that you and I have been hearing since we were very young, right? And now we have a chance of really having that. And as you know, most of the countries have passed all these resolutions. Every country is there. Iran came in. I was very happy to see that. I was very honored that Iran came in. They said they support it. Russia came in. President Putin, he supports it fully, very fully. So I was happy to see even countries that weren't necessarily involved in the process.
Oh, and shout out to Cache My Memory for sending in about, so far, 6 jewels. Appreciate the support.
They all support it. I don't know of anybody that doesn't. And I've never seen happier people than many of these places, not just Israel. Many of these places, they're all dancing in the streets. I've never seen anything like it. Yeah, go ahead, please, in the back.
Thank you. What guarantee did you give Hamas to persuade them that Israel will restart the bombing campaign once the hostages have been exchanged?
What did I do with respect to them? Well, you know, I spoke a little bit tough, and that's what would happen. I mean, you have to speak tough. That's a tough world. That's a tough, as they say, neighborhood. And they're tough people. They're very tough people, and they're smart people. They're good negotiators. They have a things going. They put that to good use. They're going to be very, very successful. But they knew the retribution would be tremendous, unsustainable. It would have been unsustainable. It would have been complete obliteration.
Oh, and shout out for Jet for sending in 2 jewels as well.
And
Well, 4,
they didn't want that. And
6. Who knows?
nobody wants it at this point. They want to get on with, rebuilding the entire Middle East. It's not only Gaza, it's going to be the entire Middle East. They're going to be able to live in peace. Now, we have some little hot spots, but they're very small. You know the ones I'm talking about. They're very small. They'll be very easy to put out. Those fires are going to be put out very quickly. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. President. Talking about the Middle East still, going to the phases that come after this first phase, is there a consensus on the additional points in your plan, or are the details still being fine-tuned?
I think there is consensus on most of it, and some of the details, like anything else, will be worked out, because you'll find out that when you're sitting in a beautiful room in Egypt, it's easy to work something out, but then sometimes it doesn't work from a practical standpoint. So certain little things, but for the most part, there's consensus, yes.
Do you intend to hash that out when you're in Egypt?
I might, yeah, I'll be there.
Well, the Arab nation says they agree as long as it's working towards a Palestinian state, or the Palestinians being able to govern themselves and police themselves. So that's why the Arab nations are going along with it, because they feel like, all right, well, with this plan, the Palestinians should be able to get to self-governance.
Because I'll be going to, I'll go to Cairo. I think that's where we're going, as opposed to the place of the signing. And we have a lot of leaders from all over the world coming too. They've been invited. And then I'm coming back, I believe it's Tuesday night, for Charlie Kirk, a friend of mine, a friend of all of ours, a friend of a lot of the people right here. And we're giving him the Presidential Medal of Freedom, which is the highest honor you get outside of the Congressional Medal of Honor. One's military, one's civilian, but it's the greatest.
Oh, guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's go ahead and get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support, guys.
Honor. And Eric, his beautiful wife, is going to be here, and a lot of people are going to be here. So, it's not easy for me to get back. It's a very quick trip, but I'll be making 2 major stops, and then I'll be on the plane trying to get back in time for Charlie. They're going to have a great celebration at the White House, in the East Room of the White House.
Russell Vogt said the reductions in force have begun related to this shutdown. How many layoffs have you authorized for this first round, and from which agencies?
And it'll be Democrat-oriented, because we figure, they started this thing, so they should be Democrat-oriented. It'll be a lot, and we'll announce the numbers over the next couple of days, but it'll be a lot of people, all because of the Democrats. I mean, they want to give $1.5 trillion.
Now, a lot of people say that, well, damn, this is unfair. And then there's also people who says, well, he's trying to gut the deep state. And he's pretty much trying to take out the bureaucracy that pretty much holds up policies. So, yeah, people say he's either trying to cut the deep state, or I guess he's trying to go against his enemies. I don't know. It is what it is. I'll let y'all, interpret it however you want.
To people that came into the country illegally. More important than that, because we all have a big heart. We want people to be taken care of. But, we have 0 people coming in. You know that, Glenn, right? That's a pretty impressive number, even for a successful governor. But we've had, for the last 4 months, 0 people coming in illegally. They're coming in, but they're coming in legally. They're coming in through a process that's really a really good process right now, because we want people to come in, but they have to come in legally. So what we're doing is, as these different groups come due, we're going to make a determination. Do we want them a lot? And I must tell you, a lot of them happen to be Democrat-oriented. These are people that the Democrats wanted, that in many cases were not appropriate. We fought them at the time, and it was ultimately signed in. And some of these people, these are largely people that the Democrats want. Many of them will be fired. Yes, please, behind.
The Nobel Peace Prize was announced this morning. Your thoughts?
Which one?
The Nobel Peace Prize. Your thoughts?
Look, including a very big one, and I'm not sure, when you say big, it's certainly,
that's hilarious.
I think, to the mind of most, the most important deal ever made in terms of peace. But the one we just signed, it's been signed, sealed, and it's going to start taking place now. It's already started. Monday's going to be a very big day when the hostages come back. But I made 8 deals, transactions of wars. One was 31 years going on, 10 million people were killed. One was 34 years, one was 36, 37. One was 10, one was just starting. Two were just starting, actually, but they were well on their way. In the case of India and Pakistan, 7 planes were shot down. It was a bad one. And I did it largely through trade. I mean, that one, numerous of them. I talked tariffs. I said, look, if you're going to do that, we're going to put very big tariffs on your country. And
now, look, we all knew that Trump really most likely wasn't going to get the Nobel Peace Prize, but the fact that they gave it to somebody who was honestly just speaking out against a problem that Trump was honestly putting action towards is crazy. But hey, maybe it highlights the situation of that the Dems were trying to get the honestly, that the Dems were trying to get the people to go against Trump about by stopping Venezuela from honestly promoting the cartel, letting the cartel use them in their ports to run drug trafficking and also to smuggle people. So quite honestly, it's hilarious how this lady gets a Nobel Peace Prize for speaking about what Trump is honestly trying to stop.
They were both great. They stopped fighting, and they were 2 nuclear powers. So, they're all big. They're every one of them big. You take a look at the Congo. You take a look at the Congo and Rwanda. 10 million people killed over a long period of time. Got that one solved. We did a total of 8 as of this 2 days ago. I would have said 7, which I did say, but the other one was signed up, sealed. As you know, Israel signed it just now. They signed it and they approved it today, their parliament. And it's a great honor to be involved with so many. So the person who actually got the Nobel Prize called me and said, I'm accepting this in honor of you because you really deserved it. A very nice thing to do. I didn't say then give it to me though. I think she might have. She was very nice. And I've been helping her along the way. They need a lot of help in Venezuela.
Yeah, they sure do. And Trump has been putting pressure on Venezuela, especially the Maduro regime, the same regime that lady is getting a Nobel Peace Prize for speaking out against. But it's also the same regime that for some reason the Democrats is running cover for, just to shame Trump or to pretty much make Trump look bad. But hey, it is what it is, right? I mean, they're the same people that are defending illegal immigrants. So, hey, defending cartel members is right up their alley. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get into his meeting with Carney.
I think we'll get there.
Canadians are refusing to go to the U.S. The numbers are down like 23% in the first 7 months of the year. What do you say to Canadians that don't want to go to the U.S. now because of your 51st state talk, because of the trade war, the tariffs, and the fear of also...
Look, I understand that, and Americans don't want to buy cars that are made in Canada, I mean, we have the same conflict. So there isn't, it's something that will get worked out. There's still great love between the two countries, but, American people want product here. They want to make it here. Detroit was emptied out and moved to Canada, moved to Mexico, moved to other places, not just Canada. And now they're all moving back, they're moving back. We have right now.
I mean, yes, due to the fact that Trump has put a 25% tariff on all cars made outside the U.S., that has gotten companies in, specifically in Canada to pretty much bring their manufacturing back to America because, they just can't afford the 25% pretty much to cut their prices because they wouldn't be able to increase their price and pass it on to the consumer due to the fact that the car market is it's pretty saturated. So they can't afford to raise their prices, especially to compete against the cars who are, making their cars in the United States and don't got a 25% tariff.
Now I was just telling Mark, we have 17 trillion, but it's really much higher. That was as of a couple of months ago. We have over $17 trillion being invested now in the United States. As an example, Biden
and shout out Jay. He says, what exactly is Antifa protesting at ICE facilities? I believe that, look, I'm just going to play into their ideology, and they believe that they're going against a fascist regime who's trying to take out, or who's trying to, discriminate against Hispanics for some reason. Because here's the thing, in their mind, they truly think that Trump is doing an evil thing with ICE, and they think that ICE are being terrorists, and they think that they're locking up, our neighbors and all that good stuff. I don't know. If you ask them, they're gonna get pretty sympathetic about it, and they're gonna try to pull your heartstrings about it. But in all reality, these are people who came here illegally, and they have to be removed. But I mean, if you ask Antifa, it's a fascist regime, and they just want to take away your illegal neighbor or your favorite illegal immigrant who's been in the community for years.
He was the worst president we've ever had, but they had less than 1 trillion in 4 years. We have more than 17 trillion in 8 months. 8 months. And I think that number is going to be 21, 22 trillion dollars. There's never been anything like that in the history of the world for any country, not even close. If you did 1 trillion in a year, that's pretty good. We're going to do over 20. And it's coming in with AI, it's coming in with auto plants. We're building auto plants, a lot of auto plants in the U.S. It's coming in for a lot of reasons. It's coming in because of the fact, I think the November 5th election was a big factor, and I think the tariffs are a big factor. And again, we want Canada to do great, but there's a point at which we also want the same business. We're competing for the same business. That's the problem. That's why I keep mentioning one way to solve that problem.
But the problem is there really is no competition because, most of their businesses, or most of the car businesses in Canada, mainly sell to the U.S. Most of their profits come from the U.S., not Canadians, and that's the sad reality of it.
Problem is a very easy way, but we're competing for the same business. He wants to make cars, we want to make cars, and we're in competition. And the advantage we have is we have this massive market. So it's it's quite an advantage.
Invoke the Insurrection Act. That would be, a very long-standing law that's been on the books.
Yeah, well, it's been invoked before, as you know. If you look at Chicago, Chicago's a great city where there's a lot of crime. And if the governor can't do the job, we'll do the job. It's all very simple. They probably had 50 murders in Chicago over the last 5, 6, 7 months. Many people were shot. And then the governor gets up and he says, well, we can handle it. They can't handle it. They don't know what they're doing. The mayor is grossly incompetent. He's at a 4% approval rating in Chicago. He's at a 4%, lowest approval rating, lower than even de Blasio had, which is hard to believe in New York. I thought de Blasio would always maintain that record, but the Chicago guy is even lower. So I think that we want safe cities. If you look at D.C., you would right now, Mark, you could go out, take your family out to dinner, you could walk right down the middle of the street. There is no crime in D.C. When I got here, this place was a raging hellhole where people would come from Canada, people would come from other places and end up getting shot. Nobody's being shot. The National Guard's been unbelievable. I mean, they are strong, tough guys. We won something at the Supreme Court, which is a big deal, merit. Everything now in this country is merit-based. I didn't think I'd ever see it again. And we have our soldiers are merit-based too, and they're central casting. And they walk through that town, and I'll tell you what, this place is safe. It's beautiful. Now we're in Memphis, and the same thing's happening. You're getting the reports. The bad guys are saying, we don't want anything to do with this. And we're removing many people. In D.C., we took out 1,700 career criminals and sent them back to the countries from which they came, mostly led out by Biden and his people that had an open border policy. And Canada, you suffered because of that too, because they come here and they go into Canada also. So we're like a buffer for that in terms of Canada suffered greatly by Biden and the open border, the policy of open border, totally
Sadly, I believe Canada still believes in open border. They're just trying to, solve that fentanyl problem. But Canada, they haven't really changed their ways on the immigration process. They're really trying to change their way on their economic habits, but I'm not even sure that's working out for them.
Checked, totally unvetted. And these people were, if you got 5%, 2%, now you were getting a lot of bad people. And we now have a closed border. Yep. You've done well. Yep. We have a closed border, and it's a really close border. In fact, for 4 months, I don't even know if this is possible, but the figures were released. 0 people were able to come into the United States from the southern border. 0. And as you know, we've taken a very hard stand on drugs. This is also benefiting you. A lot of we call them the water drugs, the drugs that come in through water. They're not coming. There are no boats anymore. Frankly, there are no fishing boats. There's no boats out there, period. If you want to know the truth, we're saying, does anybody go fishing?
Yeah, I'm be honest with you. Trump, he dead that situation. I mean, every time a boat comes through there, it gets blown up. Every single time. I mean, hey, and I'm pretty sure they have their procedure to make sure that, they're not innocent civilians. But here's the thing, though. I mean, like I said, they're coming off Venezuela. He's trying to solve this problem that the Maduro regime is low-key illegitimate because they lost an election, but now they rigged the results to make it look like they won. 2, they work with the cartel. And 3, Trump's pretty much lost the Nobel Peace Prize to a lady who's speaking out against it. And no disrespect to her work. Like, I respect it. It's just that she can only do so much. Speaking out against it. Trump is actually putting military action towards it. He gets no love whatsoever. But hey, it is what it is.
Anymore. The fact is, we knocked out, probably saved at least 100,000 lives, American lives, Canadian lives, by taking out all those boats coming in. So it's and now they don't come in that way anymore. Now they'll come in other ways.
Oh, guys, do me a favor, man. We got 600 plus y'all in here. Go ahead and double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get more people in the conversation by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support.
We're not going to allow that either. So we've done a great job on that. But on crime, Chicago's a great city, but you can't be a great city if you have murders and if you have a lot of problems, and they do. And they have an incompetent policy, just like they had open border policy. Anybody could come in. They came in from prisons. They came in from mental institutions, drug dealers. They came in from all over the place, and we don't have that anymore. This country is becoming we're a very strong country. Look, financially speaking, I would say that because of the tariffs, because of the election, because of the policy, because of the great big beautiful deal. It's what I added the word great because it really is. It's the biggest.
Nah, shout out to my man Jet. That is fact. He said the Nobel making us disrespect her work by doing it. Honestly, that and also is also highlighting the problem that's going on in Venezuela. Like, literally, Trump is fighting a dictatorship, and I thought the left was against dictators, but hey, I guess it only matters when it's Trump. Even though Trump is not a dictator by any means. But hey, I thought y'all cared about dictators. This lady speaking out about it, she gets a prize for it. Whoop-de-doo, that's fine. But Trump has actually put a military action towards it, and you guys are crying. Like, it makes no sense.
Bill ever passed in the history of our country. We don't need another bill.
Double standards, crazy.
It's the biggest tax cuts. When you think no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime for the people. But far beyond that, what it does is incentivizes auto plans and AI and all of the things that nobody's ever passed a bill like. We don't need another bill. We don't need any more bills. I said, let's get it all at once. I was greatly helped by our Speaker, Mike Johnson, and by the Senate. I'll tell you what, John Thune's both of those guys have been incredible. And we got a bill passed that I said, let's see if we can get it all done. Because these Democrats are like insurrectionists, okay? They're so bad for our country. Their policy is so bad for our country. I said, let's see if we can get it all done and everybody.
The problem is the Dems don't really have, they have a plan. It's just a terrible plan. And they don't really have no real solutions or any way to fix that terrible plan. So that is one of the problems about the Democratic Party. And 2, they literally try to stop this man's agenda in every way, shape, and form through the courts. And then they end up losing the Supreme Courts and looking stupid. And then they try to say that, he's going against the courts. So what, the district court? Like, come on now, guys. And when he goes against the Supreme Court, then you guys can cry. Okay?
They said it's not doable. Because it's the biggest bill ever passed in the history of our country. And we got it all done.
Hold on, but I'm sorry, but until then.
Stop whining. Your kids are soft.
We don't need anything else. We got everything we want. And now, because of that, That's a big reason why the companies are coming in. 1 year depreciation, 1 year write-off, 1 year expensing. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. So they're coming in from all over the world. But to have a great country, you can't have crime. And we don't have crime, but we have cities where there's tremendous crime. And Chicago's one of them. And if the governor can't straighten it out, we'll straighten it out. Thank you.
I mean, and honestly, he has every right to do so. If the governor want to sit there and approve Brandon Johnson's whole ICE-free zone, which is pretty much saying that, yeah, illegals can come into this ICE-free zone, and how's it going to be protected, Brandon Johnson? Because I pray to God he's not trying to use the Chicago Police Department to protect illegal immigrants. I mean, that would be wild. Because, I mean, you could barely use them to protect your own citizens, but hey, do what you do, man. But that would be pretty insurrectionist. Like, come on now.
A question for the president.
Mr. Carney, Mr. Prime Minister, I'd like to know how come the UK and the European Union have succeeded to sign deals and bring the tariffs down, and Canada still hasn't been able to do the same?
Yeah, because they're not located right next to each other. It makes it. In many cases, it's much better and easier. But
yeah, and if I may, let's be clear about the relationship as it stands right now. We are the second largest trading partner of the United States. We do a lot of trade going across the border where we're cooperating, first thing. Secondly, we are the largest foreign investor in the United States. $500 billion in the last 5 years alone, probably $8 trillion in the next 5 years if we get the agreement that we expect to get. Thirdly, there are areas, as the president just said, where conflict, maybe not so much conflict, we compete. There are areas where we compete.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. I mean, Canada, they're just, honestly, the only reason honestly, how can I frame this without being an ass? Okay, fine. I'm just going to say it. Look, the only way these guys can win is off free trade. The problem with Canada is that we can replace Canada by just utilizing our own resources. We really don't need the lumber. We really don't need their energy. We don't need them making our cars. We don't need them really making anything for us. We're just doing this out of the kindness of our heart. So, yeah, that's pretty much what I was trying to get across. But sorry, I guess I couldn't find a way to say it more nicely.
And it's in those areas where we have to come to an agreement that works. But there are more areas where we are stronger together, and that's what we're focused on. And we're going to get the right deal. Right deal for America, right deal, obviously, from my perspective, for Canada.
Wait. So one thing where we are working very closely is the Golden Dome. That's the protective mechanism, and you see how that works. It's unbelievable. Ronald Reagan wanted to have it, and at that time they didn't have the technology, even close to the technology. But he was advanced, and we'll be working together on a Golden Dome for the two countries, and it's something that I think is going to be very important. Especially when you look at the world, you look at what's happening. We want to have that protection. It's really amazing. The technology is unbelievable.
Mr. President, why do you say some federal workers should not get their back pay? Why do you say some?
Well, you're going to have to figure that out. Okay, ask the Democrats that question.
Mr. President, just to follow up there, I mean, the law says that when the government is reopened, that workers will receive their back pay. So are you going to defy the law there, or what are you hoping?
I follow the law, and what the law says is correct, and I follow the law.
Mr. President, will Canada be leaving empty-handed, or will will Mr. Carney be leaving Washington with a deal on tariffs?
I think they're going to be very happy. We have a lot of things that we're working on that people don't talk about. They talk about, competitiveness. She's a very competitive person. And they talk about things that we don't necessarily agree on. But I think they're going to walk away very happy. I think so.
Mr. President, on all your trade deals that you've signed, there's been a minimum tariff that countries have got. When USMCA gets renegotiated, do you want a minimum tariff on goods between Canada and the U.S.?
Well, we're going to have tariffs between Canada and, they have them with us. I will say with our farmers, as you know, they went up to as much as 400%, 250, 300, and even one at 401. We found one having to do with a very small product, but it was high. So we've had, so we've always had tariffs.
But the way Canada the way they do their tariffs is about import limitations. So if we import a certain amount of products, anything past that certain amount is now tariffed at an absorbent amount. Like you said, 200, 300, 400% tariff. So it's like almost not even worth it to send anything above that limit. Well, it really isn't worth it at all.
Between the two of us. And actually, Canada was charging us very high tariffs on our agricultural things, a lot of our agricultural products.
Yeah, mainly
and that's one of the things that we talk about for bringing that down. So, this is a mutual thing, but we've been charged tariffs. Look, we're the king of being screwed by tariffs, just so you understand. And I'm not talking about with Canada, I'm talking about with countries all over the world. When you look at Europe, when you look at China, when you look at all of the, almost every country charged the U.S., we didn't charge them. Because we were led by stupid people in many cases. Stupid people. They took advantage of our country. They're not taking advantage of us anymore. If you looked at European Union, they're all my friends. I don't blame them. I blame our presidents. I blame our past presidents and, business leaders. But we are the king of countries that have been taken advantage of for many, many years. We've been paying trillions and trillions of dollars and receiving nothing at all. As an example, prior to the deal with Europe, where they paid a lot of money, but they're happy and I'm happy. The deal was good. It's a fair deal, but it wasn't fair.
I mean, yeah, it was working out for, it was working out for a lot of these countries. And I don't blame them for taking advantage of the U.S. because they was able to get the jobs from a lot of these companies in their countries. But here's the problem, though. Their countries do not support the profit margins. Like I said, a lot of these countries, a lot of these companies mainly profit off the U.S. We are the largest consumer market in the world, aka a lot of these companies profit off us. Even if they're manufacturing in a different country, they mainly sell to us. So that is the problem right here that Trump is taking advantage of with the tariffs, because he knows that, we know the countries are going to act crazy, but your companies are going to act accordingly because they want to maintain their profit margin that is mainly subsidized in the U.S.
You couldn't put a car into Europe. You couldn't sell your agriculture into Europe. You couldn't do anything.
I'm sorry, accumulated in the U.S.
And now we have it so that it's open. We charge them tariffs. We didn't charge them tariffs a car. They charge us tremendous.
No.
I said to Angela Merkel once, I said, how many cars have gone to Germany from the United States? And she said, well, I don't believe any. And I said, you're right. You're right. Well, that doesn't happen anymore. And they're paying a fair amount. It's just a fair amount. It's not, I could ask for much more. It's a fair amount. But the United States now is using the same thing that they've used on us. And I just can't believe it's taken presidents so long to do this. And again, we're going to treat people fairly. We're going to especially treat Canada fairly. But I can't believe it's taken so long where we get charged and don't charge them. Japan was a good example. We made a deal with Japan. You saw that, Mark? A deal with Japan. It's a much different deal than we've had in the past. But they would send us millions of cars, no charge. We weren't allowed to send them cars. We sent them no cars. I doubt you had one car go into Japan because we were restricted. They didn't want our cars. Same thing with Europe, same thing with other places. So now,
here's the thing: it's not because our cars ain't good. That's just propaganda that everybody likes to spread. It's only because they're trying to protect their domestic market, and they don't want America to do that. That's why they will never tell y'all the truth and just be like, "Look, we're just trying to protect our domestic market from other cars, so we can soak up all the profit on our end in our country." We can't tell you guys that because we don't want y'all to do the same thing. And that's why propaganda around the world is, American cars are crap, American products are crap, when no, I'm sorry, but we make top of the line products. And that's just the fact of the matter. But the propaganda around the world will tell you that they're crap so they can protect their domestic markets. But leave us pretty much out there to leave ours out in the dust and let the world take advantage of our market.
all we do now is fairness, but fairness leads us to the most successful country there's ever been. You know, we have some advantages over other countries, and we do have a great market. We have an amazing market. But you know what? If I let this go,
Hey, and shout out to my man H3I. He said, "Did you watch Pam Bondi in the Senate hearings? You know, she did all right. I mean, she did all right, but we all knew that it was going to be a mess. Like, Pam Bondi spent more time attacking the Senate than, you know, the Senate spent attacking her. And that's because, I mean, they only got like, what, 10 months of records on Pam Bondi, but Pam Bondi had like a 4 years of ammo to go off of on them. So she pretty much just spent the time cooking them instead of actually having to answer some real questions, which was smart, which is honestly smart. I may not agree with it, but it was smart.
if we didn't win this election, if we had these people that were running, that were ruining our country, destroying our country with their open borders and men playing in women's sports and transgender from everybody and windmills all over the place, if we allowed that to go on for another couple of years, we would be, I'm not sure that we'd even have a country.
Mr. President, how do you see this?
By the way, I'm not sure we would have even had a country. And now we have the most successful country in the world. Brian?
Yes, sir. What is your message to Democrats ahead of a next vote to open up the government? The American people are saying, open the damn government. What's your message to them right now?
Well, they're the ones that started it. They're the ones that have it. And it's almost like a kamikaze attack by them. You want to know the truth? This is like a kamikaze attack. They almost, you know, they have nothing to lose.
Oh, and shout out H3I. He says, what do you think of her refusing to answer if she's in the picture? Well, I think the only time she refused to answer is about ongoing cases. So she has every right to do that. I mean, I think the Senate was honestly just trying to make her like break code for some strange reason. That's what they try to get you to do by answering their questions. Like, you'll answer their question, they'll be like, do you understand what you just done right now? So she was playing it pretty smart by not answering some of those questions, low key.
They've lost the elections. They've lost the presidential election in a landslide. I saw the other day where Kamala said this was a very close election. This was one of the biggest sweeps that anybody's ever had. Won the popular vote by millions, won the electoral college by a massive amount. They said, if I got 270, that would be great. But I got, I think, 312 or 315, and they got 220. So, you know, we won that. But we won counties. The big thing is counties. So out of all of the counties, thousands and thousands, we got 2,500. They got 525. It was a landslide. And we listened. Oh, yes, it was close. It was one of the greatest victories ever. And it was a mandate to do what we're doing. And I hope, and Mark wants this as much as I do, we are very close to making a deal on the Middle East that will bring peace to the Middle East. After all of these years of millions and millions, tens of millions of people being killed, there's a chance to bring peace to the Middle East. In addition to that, I made 7 other deals, and they're, you know, great. And we're, you know, things are happening with respect to Russia, Ukraine. That's one that last week, Mark, 7,812 people were killed. Soldiers, mostly soldiers. But 7,000, more than 7,000, almost 8,000 soldiers were killed. It's a crazy thing. I thought that would have been one of the easy ones. I get along very well with Putin, and I thought that would have been, I'm very disappointed in him because I thought this would have been an easy one to settle, but it's turned out to be maybe tougher than the Middle East. We'll see what happens with the Middle East.
Is the fentanyl crisis over with Canada, with the Canadian border?
Is what?
The fentanyl crisis.
No, it's not over.
It's not.
I think it's never going to be over, frankly. But they've done, Canada's worked hard, and they've done a much better job than in the past. We have very few people coming.
Like, they've improved, but it ain't over. And look at Carney's death stare right now. It's like, damn, bro, you just going to expose me like that? Like, come on, man. Why can't you just let him say that it's over? Like, no, because it's not. Like, y'all doing better, but it is not over.
And through our southern border too, we've worked with.
It's like the Democrats' like crime problem. Like, y'all doing better, but it is not over.
Canada, and we've worked with Mexico, so we've made it a lot better.
On fentanyl, any amount is too much. So we've gotten it down. It's down substantially. It's less than 1%, but it's still too much. It's too much at home in Canada.
A lot of people.
Yeah, we got to
On
stop
Russia,
it.
Mr. President.
On USMCA, are the two of you both committed to seeing it through in the renegotiation of that deal that you made?
Well, we could renegotiate it, and that would be good, or we could just do different deals. We're allowed to do different deals if we want. We might make deals that are better for the individual
What's your preference?
countries. I don't care. I want to make whatever the best deal is for this country, and also very much with Canada in mind. Go ahead, sir.
Sir, on China, what more can the United States and Canada do together to counter China?
Well, you have to be able to compete. They're a great competitor. And Mark and I both know that. And you have to be able to compete. We have big advantages over China for lots of different reasons. And I think we're doing very well with China. I get along very well with President Xi. I'm going to be meeting him in a few weeks, as you know. I'll be meeting him in South Korea. But we've had a very good relationship for a long time. But you have to be able to compete. To do well with China, if you can't compete, you're not going to do well with China. And
Man,
Canada,
the problem is we're trying to do well with China. It doesn't seem like China can operate without acting unfairly. It's like they just can't do it. If China follows fair trade, it seems like their economy is just going to go under. Like they need to be unfair about their trading operations. They need to be able to ship their products over somewhere else to get relabeled to avoid tariffs. Like they just can't operate fairly with the U.S. for some reason. And I mean, due to their threatening letters sent around the world, I mean, that just proves it.
is very competitive. I can tell you that. Canada is a very competitive country. I think Canada's done very well over the years with China.
Yeah, we have. But we'll do better together on that.
Mr. President, on the Middle East, what guarantees are you giving your Arab partners that Israel will not resume its offensive after the hostages are released?
Well, the primary guarantee is once this deal happens, if it does happen, look, they're in negotiations right now, we are going to do everything possible. We have a lot of power, and we're going to do everything possible to make sure everybody adheres to the deal. Okay?
Are you concerned about the delays at airports, and how do you see this shutdown?
Oh, yeah, no, I meant her refusing to answer if she's seen the picture. Yeah, I mean, it's an ongoing operation. She can't answer that, especially the attorney general. It's like, lawyers can't talk about ongoing investigations. So, yeah, I don't think she can do that. Like I said, if it's an ongoing investigation, she has the right to pretty much say that, oh, I don't know anything, or I refuse to answer about that because it's an ongoing investigation. Now, if you're talking about a different picture, man, let me know, because maybe I'm missing something. But shout out to H3I, though. Appreciate the support. Oh, God, you want any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements? Feel happy to send it in. I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it.
Oh, sure. I mean, it's they're all Democrat delays. There are delays at the airport. That's standard. And, again, this is something that every day we put forth a bill. It's just a continuation. It's a very simple thing to sign and very simple to do. And I really think that these are people that I think they have nothing to lose. They have a party that's out of control. They have no leader. Nobody knows who the leader is. I look at people with very low IQs like Crockett, this woman Crockett. I never met her, but she's a low IQ individual. I look at AOC talking about how if they want to negotiate, they can come to my office. She's not in that position to do that. And who the hell is she to say that? And then I watch Nancy Pelosi not knowing what to do. I watch their leadership. Look, Schumer is petrified of primary because he's not going to win probably against anybody in a primary. Schumer did the right thing, but he handled it badly originally a year ago. He did probably the right thing, but he handled it badly. I think Schumer's incapable of making a deal. They are a mess. They're a party that has no leadership. They have and they have no policy. We have great. I think we have.
It seems like the Democratic Party is subjugated to their most popular members, not their most sensible ones, but their most popular ones like AOC and Jasmine Crockett. That's okay with the government shutdown because, they're not getting their $1.5 trillion in Medicaid spending. Or, well, here's the thing. It's not even about the Obamacare health subsidies no more. now because they've offered a 1-year extension and they said no, we won't sign it until now it's permanent and we want 1.5 trillion. So sadly, it does seem like the Democrats are the one who's holding up the government.
Great leadership, but we also have great policy. We have
Sadly,
strong
pretty, yeah.
borders. We have no men and women's sports. I mean, basic things. We're not going to take your child away and change the sex of your child. We're not going to do things like that. What they're doing to the country is so incredible, and they got away with it with all their woke crap, and now it's stopped. And we have a country that's based on common sense and strength and intelligence. I mean, we have the United States of America, and I say it all the time. Other leaders have told me this. Mark hasn't yet, but I think he would. A year ago, we were a dead country, and now we are the hottest country anywhere in the world. Maybe Canada. I'll give Canada, but because I do like Canada. But you know, we're the hottest country in the world right now. There's never been a country that has the kind of money coming into. There's never been anything like this. There has never been a country that if you take $1 trillion, that would be unbelievable. We're going to have over $20 trillion invested in this country. There's never been anything like what you're seeing, and it's based on good policy and common sense and leadership. Yeah.
And, you know, he's talking about investment in terms of, well, promising to buy American energy, promising to set up factories in America. And, well, yeah, but mostly it's promising and buying American energy. I'll be honest with you on that one.
Mr. President, what is Canada giving you in return? If you say Mr. Carney's going to be leaving Washington happy, what's Canada giving you in return?
Well, you'll find out, but I think the people of Canada, they will love us again. Most of them still do. But if you say only 25%, I assume a lot of them, I think they love us. And you know what? I'm not the biggest hockey fan, but I like it a lot. And I watched some of the greatest hockey games I've ever. How good were those games, right?
Yeah, very good. Mm-hmm. We're coming down for the World Series, Mr. President.
Oh, good. By the way, you
President, will you sign a trade deal with Canada that doesn't include supply managed goods like dairy, for example? If the federal government said that's
Well,
off
a
the
deal
table.
would include dairy. I mean, it's going to include everything. We'll do a comprehensive.
Have you identified programs to eliminate under this shutdown?
Oh, sure.
Which ones?
We have a lot. I'm not going to tell you, but we'll be announcing it pretty soon. But we have a lot of things that we're going to eliminate and permanently eliminate. You know, one of the things that we have is some advantage, you could say, but because of the shutdown, which I think they made a big mistake, we're able to take out billions and billions of dollars of waste, fraud, and abuse, and they've handed it, you know, on a silver platter. And you know, Russell Vogt, he's a serious person, very serious person, and he's sitting there and he's getting ready to cut things. And this is something that was handed to us by, I assume, Schumer. I just don't know if Schumer has any power anymore. I look at your leadership. I don't know who to speak to. I'll tell you what. Yeah. I'm getting calls from Democrats.
Is it Schumer? Is it Akeem? Is it AOC? Like, who is it? 'Cause I think AOC is captain now.
To meet. I never even heard their names before, and they're claiming to be leader. The Democrats have no leader. They remind me of Somalia, okay? You know? And I met the president of Somalia. I told him about the problem he's got. I said, you have somebody from Somalia who's telling us how to run our country. She's from Somalia. He said, would you like to take her back? He said, no, I don't want her. Okay, you know what I'm talking about?
How many permanent jobs are you talking about to be eliminated?
Well, I can tell you, I'll be able to tell you that in 4 or 5 days if this keeps going on. If this keeps going on, it'll be substantial. And a lot of those jobs will never come back. But you're gonna have a lot closer to a balanced budget, actually.
Is there anything the Prime Minister has done that's making it more difficult to reach a deal?
Say it?
Is there anything that the Prime Minister has done that's making it more difficult or easier to reach a deal?
No, I think he's a great Prime Minister. I mean, he could represent me anytime. I will tell you, I'm not saying that because no, he is a very strong, very good leader. He's a nice man, but he could be nasty. He can be very nasty. Maybe as nasty as anybody.
How?
I think Canada, let me put it this way, I can tell you this, because I deal with lots of leaders all over the world. He is a world-class leader. He's a man that knows what he wants, and I'm not surprised to see that he won the election and won it substantially, and I would think he's more popular now. He's a good man. He does a great job, and he's a tough negotiator.
So then what's holding things up? If he's a great man and you want to do a deal with Canada, why aren't you?
Because I want to be a great man too.
Oh yeah, they were really trying to press him on it. He's like, bro, let's be honest. I mean, it's really on Canada, and it's depending on, well, if Canada's willing to admit how much they need the United States, or they're willing to just hold out still like this. But all right, now let's go ahead and move on to his bilateral meeting with Finland, and then we'll get into the media analysis.
To Ukraine. So, day by day on this one.
We're going to get it worked out. Questions, please?
Question for President Stu. You have time and again said that one should not underestimate Mr. Trump's negotiating ability. Do you personally believe that Mr. Trump deserves to win the Nobel Peace Prize tomorrow?
Well, I think that's probably a decision that comes from the Nobel Committee. And my take is that there are two key pieces that have to be solved in the big picture. One is in the Middle East, and we're seeing the results of that. And then the other one is between Russia and Ukraine. And once those are solved, I don't see any impediments to it.
Plan to nominate Mr. Trump next year if he doesn't win?
This year? I think probably the best nomination would be coming from Zelensky and then the King of Jordan. Those would be two that would come. But I think you have to, my experience with the Nobel Peace Prize comes from Martti Ahtisaari, the former president of Finland. He got it in 2008, and he got it because he negotiated 3 peace agreements on 3 different continents. Namibia in Africa, Kosovo, Serbia in Europe, and then Aceh in Indonesia.
Yeah, you think that'd be the
his
standard.
message was always that when you do a peace agreement, the key is that it looks like an equal match, that the big guy doesn't win over the small guy, and vice versa. But I have to say that the track record of the President of the United States in the past 7 months, 8 months is rather impressive.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. First of all, thank you, all of you, in behalf of the State of Israel, for everything that you're doing for my country. I want to know, how do you see the Middle East in a year from now under your leadership? And if you see maybe option for normalization between Israel and Saudi Arabia?
I think it's going to be great. I think it's the hostages will be coming back Monday or Tuesday. I'll probably be there. I hope to be there, and we're planning on leaving sometime Sunday, and I look forward to it. And everybody I see is celebrating in Israel, but they're celebrating in many other countries too. A lot of the Muslim and Arab countries, they're celebrating. Everybody's celebrating. Everybody loves the deal. So it's a great honor to have been working on it, and as you know, it's all finalized and done. We've had a lot of terrifically talented people. We've had tremendous support from UAE, Saudi Arabia. Qatar has been unbelievable. Egypt, as you know, and Jordan. Indonesia. I mean, it's. I don't want to leave anybody out. Just so many different countries. It's been incredible. Nobody's seen anything like it. So I think in a year from now, it's going to be great. I think it's going to be.
Mr. President, how do you rate your chances of winning the Nobel Peace Prize tomorrow?
Well, I don't know. Look, I made 7 deals, and now it's 8. Solved the wars, one going for 31 years, one going 34 years, one going 35 years, one going 10 years. I made 7 deals. This would be number 8. The one I thought that I was going to make, and I think we will probably, is because it's a ridiculous war. It's a horrible war. The worst since World War II. If you look at the people dying, is Russia, Ukraine. I think we'll do that too. We've a lot of reasons for them to do it, and I think they'll be coming to the table pretty soon. But this is the biggest of them all. This is a big one. Although I think India And Pakistan is very big. 2 nuclear nations. I did that based on trade and because of the tariffs. If we didn't have tariffs, you wouldn't have been able to do it. But I said, if you guys are going to fight, I'm putting 100% tariffs on each of you. And they immediately stopped fighting. And that was going to go nuclear. You know, that was back and forth. So I know one thing. I don't know what they're going to do, really. But
I love the fact that the Finland president brought up the fact that, one of our presidents won for pretty much settling 3 peace deals. And if Trump doesn't win one for pretty much settling, pretty much 5 of them, and then he stopped 2 conflicts, then what is the Nobel Peace Prize at this point? But just given to talkers and not doers, which, sadly, they've proven by, giving it to a activist, a talker, and like I said, no disrespect for her work, but she's really not she's not picking up an AK-47 charging the government buildings of Venezuela. Let's be real.
I know this, that nobody in history has solved 8 wars in a period of 9 months, and I've stopped 8 wars, so that's never happened before. But they'll have to do what they do. Whatever they do is fine. I know this. I didn't do it for that. I did it because I saved a lot of lives. And that's the thing that bothers me so much about the Russia-Ukraine. 7,000 people are dying a week. Young soldiers. They're almost all soldiers of Ukraine and Russia. So in theory, it doesn't affect us, no, but it's a terrible thing. And we'll get that solved too. But nobody has ever done 8 wars. Nobody's done 8 wars in 30 years, let alone 9 months.
Are you going to step up the pressure? Are you going to step up the pressure for a Ukraine deal?
Yeah, we are stepping up the pressure. We're stepping it up together. We're all stepping it up. NATO's been great. The leader of NATO, as you know, Mark, has been fantastic, I think. And he's a fantastic guy. And they are stepping it up. And we're selling a lot of weapons to NATO. And that's going, I guess, to Ukraine for the most part. That's up to them. But they're buying weapons from the U.S. We make the greatest weapons in the world. You buy our planes and
no longer a freebie.
Equipment. And you have a big force, actually. You have a tremendous force of equipment. So I think we'll get that one done too. Yeah.
President Obama got it for way less.
I want to finish, maybe.
Mr. President.
That's facts.
Mr. President, I'm from Finland.
He's all right.
Obama got the Nobel Peace Prize for talking about peace, not actually bringing peace. But like I said, though, they put the bar low for Dems. I mean, I don't know what Trump got. Trump pretty much had to bring world peace in order for him to get it. But like I said, the Dems just got to talk about it. I mean, I guess anybody who's conservative pretty much got to bring world peace at that point. I mean, even if they pretty much settled a whole bunch of conflicts, and stopped a lot of people from dying, it don't matter. All of them got to do is talk, and they get the prize.
You look great. Go ahead.
President, you are buying icebreakers from Finland.
Yeah.
But what if Russia and Vladimir Putin attacks Finland? Would you defend Finland?
I would. Yes, I would. They're a member of NATO. I would. They're great people, but I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think he's going to do that.
I don't think so either.
The chances of that are very, very small. But it's very interesting because you have a very big military relative to your size. You have a very powerful military, one of the best. And but certainly we will be there to help.
Thank you.
I mean, it would be pretty stupid of Putin to get done with Ukraine and then try to take on Finland. Like, if Putin was somehow to take over all Ukraine, his army would literally need some time to recuperate to even try to take on another country. And it would have to be years because of how much people that he lost.
Okay, please.
Well, and the fact that they need to repair their economy as well.
Mr. President, thank you. We have a big border, as our president said. How would you exactly defend Finland? And thank you.
Say what?
How would you defend Finland?
Vigorously.
Can I just add on that? We're very pleased with the fact that we have so much training going on with American soldiers right now. So they're getting experience from Arctic conditions. And we're integrating our militaries together, working not only through the DCA agreement, but other ways as well. We see that day to day in the work that we do, and it's working well.
Okay. Yeah. Please.
Yeah, thank you. How do
Where are
see
you
the-
from?
I'm from Finland too.
Only Finns here.
You have a lot of.
Yeah, a lot of Finns.
It's
no?
very impressive.
So, Mr.
I like them
President,
better than our reporters.
So how do you see the situation in the Arctic developing? Are there going to be any mutual plans for Finland and U.S.?
Well, we will. I mean, we have a lot of relationships together. I mean, mostly buying our military equipment. They buy a lot of it. They have an order, I guess, 60 planes, 64 F-35s, and many other things too. It's a big order. Big countries don't order that many planes. You know, it's
10 billion.
You have a lot of aircraft, a lot of great military. We make the best military equipment. They buy a lot from us, so it's very good. We're going to work together very closely with Finland and with NATO. We have a very good.
Yeah, we're working very closely with Finland. Not only will they be upping their purchasing and military equipment, but as well they're going to help us start making icebreakers as well to help combat Russia in the Arctic. Because, you know, it's all about Arctic drilling, and Russia got they got a strong dominance on it. I mean, they got a strong hold on it.
Relationship, as you know, I requested that they pay 5%, not 2%.
But, you know, besides Russia, Finland is pretty much second place when it comes to having icebreakers. So shout out to them. Of course, them being an Arctic country as well.
People thought that was not going to happen, and it happened virtually unanimously. We had one laggard. It was Spain. Spain. You have to call them and find why are they a laggard. And they're doing well, too. You know, the funny thing, because of a lot of the things we've done, they're doing fine. They have no excuse not to do this, but that's all right. Maybe you should throw them out of NATO, frankly. Please, go ahead.
What are you planning to do with
Tall
that?
gentleman, nice tall gentleman, with a yellow shirt.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to change gears really quickly and ask you, you're going to Walter Reed tomorrow? What are you having done, and how are you feeling?
I'm meeting with the troops, and I'm also going to do a sort of semi-annual physical, which I do. And I think I'm in great shape, but I'll let you know. But I have no difficulty thus far. Is there wood around here? I'm not going to. No difficulty. Physically, I feel very good. Mentally, I feel very good. You know, I did about 6-7 months ago. I do physicals. I like to, when I'm around, I like to check always early, always be early. It's a lesson for a lot of people. But I also did a cognitive exam, which is always very risky because if I didn't do well, you'd be the first to be blaring it. And I had a perfect score. And one of the doctors said he's almost never seen a perfect score. I had a perfect score. I got the highest score. And that made me feel good. When they asked, would I like to do one? I said, yeah. I said, did Obama do it? No. Did Bush do it? No. Did Biden do it? I definitely did. Biden wouldn't have gotten the first 3 questions right. No, Biden didn't do it. Biden should have done it. I'm actually a person that believes that if you're president, you should do a cognitive exam. But last time I took a cognitive exam, and it was a perfect score. The doctors announced it. And by the way, not the easiest test. The first few.
I know it is wild how people will try to call Trump like demented and all that wild stuff. I mean, well, where was that same criticism of Biden? Like I said, y'all was too busy calling people ageist instead of looking at the reality. And then at least Trump's able to hold a full conversation. This man Biden was stumbling over his words, saying gibberish at the end of his sentences. Y'all just sat there and clapped. Like, who are y'all to call anybody demented at that point?
Questions are pretty easy. Once you get
honestly, how can y'all call out dementia when you couldn't call it out for the last 4 years?
To the middle, it gets a little trickier. And there aren't a lot of people in this room that would get every single question right, I can guarantee
You're
you.
putting me in a difficult spot. Next question.
Obama got the Nobel Peace Prize for way less than you did, and President Obama got the Nobel Peace Prize for way less.
For doing nothing.
Exactly.
Obama got a prize. He didn't even know what he got. He got elected, and they gave it to Obama for doing absolutely nothing but destroying our country. No, he was not a good president. The worst president was Sleepy Joe Biden, but Obama was not a good president.
Are you going to do something with the
They
export?
gave him a prize. How many months after he won the election, then they gave him the Peace Prize, right?
Right after.
Before he was elected. My election was a much more important election.
Now that you're fixing the situation between Hamas and Israel, are you going to be taking care of the Hezbollah or the Lebanese armed forces to take
We're
care of the
looking at that.
Hezbollah?
Yeah, we'll be able to do that. That will be, it's a smaller part of the puzzle, but very important part. They have a great new ambassador that I appointed, Michelle. Great new ambassador. So yeah, please.
You're saying that the hostages will be released on Monday or Tuesday. What's your strict deadline? When do they have to get released?
Well,
and how do you make sure each party abides by
It's going to be around that time. Yeah, they're working on it very hard. They're in very diverse parts of the earth. Okay, they're very, very diverse. Actually, it's I think they're going to come through. I'd be surprised if they didn't. I think it'll happen.
Mr. President. Thank you, sir. The 19th point of the 20-point plan said that in the future there could be conditions in which the Palestinians might eventually get a state. Under what conditions do you think the Palestinians could
Well,
ever
we'll
get a
look
state
at it
in the
at the
future?
time. We're going to see how it all goes. And, you know, there's a point at which we may do something that would be a little bit different and may be very positive for everybody. But we'll be looking at that at the time.
Mr. President.
And I think we'll get to that. I think.
And shout out to my man Jay. He's like, they clapped like seals when Biden said the hell Jawak. Nah, man. I remember the debate. He was like, Sodomite. I was like, Sodomite. I was like, what? Like, what? Honestly, as soon as he said that, I would have stopped the whole debate if I was the moderator. I'm like, hold on, bro. Whole debate, stop. He just said complete gibberish. Somebody need to check this man right now because he's breaking down on stage before our eyes.
We'll get to that period too. Yeah, please.
Mr. President.
Yeah, please. Glasses.
Thank you. Mr. President, the United States has previously said that that Europe would have to take more responsibility for its own security. Are you or the U.S. planning to withdraw some of the U.S. forces from the European soil?
No, but we may move some around a little bit. I'd ask you that question, Pete. Go ahead.
I think that's right, Mr. President. We're very much heartened by your leadership to get NATO to rise up to 5%, which means they can take primary responsibility for defense of the continent. But that doesn't mean America is abandoning NATO in Europe. But we could look at where our troops are postured, what makes the most sense for America and our NATO allies.
We have a lot of troops in Europe, as you know, a lot. And we can move them around a little bit. But no, basically we'll be pretty much set. Go ahead, what's your second?
My second question would be, are you planning to impose more sanctions on Russia at this point?
I might, yeah, I might.
Mr. President, your 20-point plan says we will encourage people to stay. Can you confirm that as Gaza is rebuilt, that no one will be forced to leave?
No ethnic
Nobody's
cleansing.
going to be forced to leave. No, it's just the opposite. This is a great plan. This is a great peace plan. This is a plan that was supported by everybody. I mean, as I said, they're dancing in the streets of many, many countries right now. It's amazing. I've never seen anything like it. No, we're not looking to do that at all.
Mr. President, do you think that we could see a full withdrawal?
Mr. President, can you cut through the politics on the shutdown? We had another failed vote today. Can you speak to our viewers from Orlando to Sacramento? What's your message to some of these families tonight facing missed paychecks, potential layoffs, and missed benefits due to the shutdown?
Yeah, and it was quite sad because the Republicans pretty much gave the extension on the 1-year extension on Obama healthcare subsidies, and them still said no. So honestly, we're really wondering, I mean, like, what will make these guys sign it?
Yeah, I blame the Democrats. They ought to call their local Democrat representative, whether it's a senator or a congressman, and it's their fault. I mean, they admit it's their fault. They campaigned on the fact that they'd never shut down the country, but they wanted to shut it down. And, you know, we have the greatest economy. We're the hottest country in the world right now. I think you'd admit that. The hottest country. We went from a dead country a year ago to the hottest country in the world. So I think they probably don't like that. But we're doing great. I mean, we're doing great. I would say my message is call your local.
Oh, guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support, people.
Representative, congressman or senator, and tell them to get on the ball. The Democrats have caused this problem.
Can I ask one more question, Congressman?
Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Where are you from?
I'm from Finland.
It's so nice. Uh-oh, here we go.
Yeah.
Here
So-
we go with a killer question.
I would like to circle back to the icebreaker deal. So Finland and the U.S. are strengthening their economic partnership through the deal. What other areas of cooperation with Finland do you see as possible at this
Good
moment?
question. We're going to be talking about that in a little while. We're going into the next door room, commonly known as the cabinet room, beautiful room, and we're going to be discussing that. But we'll be doing other things. It's a wonderful country with wonderful people. We've had a long-term relationship, but it's never been as close as it is now. We'll be doing other things. Go ahead.
I mean, we've been talking about a lot with the president, with the two specific fields where I think Finland has strengths. One is quantum and quantum computing, and we know that that is basically what gives food for thought for artificial intelligence. That's very important. The second one is actually networks. And you know that there are two sort of safe and trustworthy Western networks right now. One of them is Nokia. And the other one is Ericsson. And actually 70% of all broadband in the United States is Nokia. So one of the things that we could work on together is creating the 6G space through networks. And we actually, Nokia has 7,000 people working here in the United States and an American CEO.
Okay, anybody else?
Mr. President, what is the international stabilization force that's going to deploy to Gaza? What is that going to look like?
To be determined.
Yeah, the International Stabilization Force is supposed to be a policing force, pretty much to work the Palestinians towards their own policing force. So they're going to go ahead and vet some of these Palestinians, see if they have any connections to Hamas. If they don't, they'll let them be, the Palestinian Authority or Palestinian police to work towards, having the Palestinians police themselves. And then the Board of Peace is to go ahead and help the Palestinians towards governing themselves. And this is, what everybody's, pretty much going for. I mean, that's what all the Arab countries are signing up for. And if it's not that, then trust me, a lot of these Arab countries don't want nothing to do with it if it's not for that alone.
Really, I think there's going to be a large group of people determining what it will be, and a group of people funding it that are very rich countries are going to be funding it. People want to see this work. It's going to work. It's absolutely going to work. And it starts, it's already started. We've signed, as you know. Everybody's agreed. I think Monday is going to be a very big day, Monday, Tuesday, but it's going to be, depending on where you are, it's going to be a very big day. I think it's going to be a day of great celebration. I've never seen anything like it. The streets of so many countries right now, they're just roaring with love and with praise for the people that did this. And these are countries that did this. The whole world came together for this, even Iran. And I really thank them for it. Iran came out and said this is a good thing. This is a very good thing. So it was terrific. It's been a terrific experience for me. Thank you very much, everybody.
All right, guys, let's go ahead and get into the media analysis. Now, let's go ahead and start off on the right side of media. Let's see here with, Lord Trump. And then we're going to work our way over to the left.
Good evening. Hope you're having a great Saturday night, and welcome back to My View. Every day this shutdown drags on, it costs U.S. taxpayers and the American economy millions of dollars.
Don't we know
Federal
it?
workers and their families are left in limbo, uncertain when they'll get back to work. And even our men and women in uniform face questions about their next paycheck. It's wasteful, it's unnecessary, and it's all happening because Democrats refuse to pass a clean funding bill without extending enhanced Obamacare subsidies. And contrary to Democrats' claims, President Trump has said he'd like to make a deal on great health care for Americans once the government reopens.
Here's the thing. We've already added the extension. They said, now, this is what Keem Jeffries, what was it? That one Republican's name who pulled up on Keem Jeffries for, pretty much denying the fact that, we're giving you guys a 1-year extension on the Obamacare health subsidies and you're not taking it. So what is this really about? And that's why they got into that spat in the middle of the halls in the Capitol, on Capitol Hill, because we gave them, or the Republicans gave them what they wanted, and they still said no. And they're going all throughout media saying it's about Obamacare healthcare subsidies. The Republicans want your healthcare premiums to go up, but that's not true because the Republicans are saying, all right, cool, we'll give you that 1-year extension, open back up the government, and y'all still said no.
But while the fiscal tab and human toll climb each day the government remains closed, Democrats are escalating attacks on the Trump administration's global tariffs. the one policy that's actually bringing money in. Since those tariffs took effect in April, hundreds of billions of dollars have flowed into federal coffers from foreign nations finally paying for access to our markets. The president says the long-run haul could reach into the trillions. That's right, trillions with a T. Democrats shut down the government, costing us millions per day, while criticizing the only policy that's paying for itself and putting America first. One side spins and stalls, while the other delivers results that strengthen the economy and could soon put real money back in Americans' pockets. The administration's trade agenda is producing measurable gains, with meaningful deals already on the books and many more in the pipeline.
Hey, Sean Hannity here.
Oh,
and that's the main concern is like, what do they want at this point when they've already rejected a good deal? They've already rejected the 1-year extensions that takes away their whole healthcare premium argument. And to be honest, these were about enhanced healthcare. This was about the enhanced healthcare subsidies. So you guys would have still had the regular Obamacare healthcare subsidies. You just guys wouldn't have the enhanced one. And it going up by 150%. I mean, that was just absolutely incorrect. But it was going to go up about a couple $100 though. But 150%, that was just complete propaganda. But it was going to go up. I'm not going to sit here and deny that. But all right, guys, let's get right back to it. Oh, there we go.
So the White House says substantial firings of federal workers has begun because of the shutdown. Now on day 10, government employee unions asking a court to put the layoffs on hold ahead of a hearing next week. Meanwhile, senators leaving D.C., House leaving D.C. for the long weekend. So don't expect anything until at least Tuesday. Both parties still blaming each other.
John Thune's strategy is to continue to do the same partisan thing over and over and over again and expect different results. That's legislative insanity.
Joining me now, Senate Majority Leader John Thune. Leader Thune, thank you very much for being here today, sir. So the rubber is meeting the road here, and we do have people starting to not get paychecks. We know that OMB put this up. The Director of Vote says that reductions in force have now begun. And I think some people will wonder why everybody on Capitol Hill is heading home for the long weekend when this is going on. Leader Thune.
Right, Martha. Well, I think the answer is the Democrats have to decide whether they want to deliver the 5 votes that we need to open up the government. We have 55 senators.
And this is why it's a very stupid argument when a Dem says, well, they have control of the Senate and the House, so why? How is it our fault? We need just 5 votes. We just need 5 of y'all to pull yourselves together and go ahead and vote on this clean CR bill. We're go ahead and giving you guys the Obamacare health subsidies early, by the way, because they weren't going to run out until the end of the year. And we're going to definitely have another CR bill by then. So we're giving it to them early. They still said no. Now, at this point, we know we know for a fact that Trump's not going to go ahead and let them have the $1.5 trillion in healthcare spending or Medicaid. So I'm going to be real with you. I'm not sure what these guys truly want. And they're the demanding party, so it's their fault. And well, let's be real, they're not trying to take accountability for that one. They're trying to avoid accountability for that as much as possible.
A majority.
It's
55
not really
out of 100 senators. The House has passed it, sitting on the desk at the Senate. We can pick it up today and pass it, put it on the president's desk. He'll sign it into law. The government opens back up again. I think that's the question. But it doesn't make a lot of sense to continue to sit here and have votes, repetitive votes, where we have a bill to open up the government and every single Democrat votes against it. So I mean, they have to think long and hard about what they're doing. And unfortunately, the consequences of this are becoming very real, very fast for a lot of federal workers. We want our troops to get paid. We want our TSA agents to get paid, our Border Patrol agents to get paid, air traffic controllers to get paid. We've made it very, very easy. It's a nonpartisan, short-term, clean, continuing resolution to keep the government open. Democrats now voted against it 7 times. Something that they voted for 13 times under Joe Biden when he was president, and Chuck Schumer was the majority leader in the Senate. This is a routine thing. What they've decided to do is hijack it, and they've consistently now 7 straight times voted it down.
Well, a senior Democratic aide.
Even with the extension of the Obama healthcare subsidies, they still voted it down. I want y'all to take that into record. Even then. And shout out to Hellbat. Boy who cried wolf syndrome led never believe Dems. I mean, low key though. It's like it led it. Let's be real. It is the boy who cried wolf about healthcare, the boy who cried healthcare. And it's the argument just does not stand. Like I said, if this is about Obamacare health subsidies, to be quite honest with you, you guys could have waited until the next CR bill. And then if we're talking about 1.5, if y'all want $1.5 trillion in healthcare spending or Medicaid, then answer this then. Why do we need more spending for less people? Because, like, let's say this in 2000, well, this is the fact of the matter is in 2019, we only had about $600 billion in Medicaid spending. That's all we needed for 71 million people. Now, I know inflation is crazy, but inflation did not call for double the amount of spending in Medicaid at all. Maybe a couple hundred, maybe like 100 billion or so. But to add an extra $600 billion, which inflated, would you bloat it all the way up to $1 trillion plus? That was unnecessary spending in healthcare. That's why it had to be cut by the tune of $93 billion a year. So I'm not really sure what their argument is on that one, because I'm not sure how we need more spending for less people, because now there's only 70 million. We have 1 million people less, 1 million less people on Medicaid. So why do we need more spending?
Told CNN that as long as public perception is in their favor, the party will not concede, short of, quote, planes falling out of the sky. I don't think that's comforting to a lot of people. And here's Joe Scarborough this morning on how he sees this. Want to get your take on this, Leader Thune.
People out there aren't going like, oh, it's a clean CR. It's like, oh, my God, oh, Democrats are not supporting these continuing arrests. That's not what they see. Republicans own Washington, D.C. This doesn't get better. Their hand is on the hot stove. Like, you can think that you can work through that pain. I've been there. You cannot.
What do you say to that, Leader Thune?
Well, the difference this time around is with the House, the Senate, the White House, the President, we are all united. We all have the same position, and that is to open up the government. And you can call it whatever you want. You can call it a continuing resolution, you can call it a funding bill. The truth of the matter is, it's sitting at the desk right now in the Senate, and all it takes is 5 Democrats. We have 55 senators, a majority of United States senators. It takes 60 in the Senate, meaning that we have to have 5 Democrats cross over to vote with us. But the consequence.
And shout out to Toe. She says to put people back on Medicaid. I mean, hey, and that's also there too. And somebody try to say, well, the polls show, the only people who didn't run it, where their polls come from. Like, bro, news publications that mainly the left read. So if you're telling me, oh yeah, I asked the New York Times if who's to blame for the shutdown, of course they're gonna vote the Dems. Now, if you ask the New York Post, of course I'm sorry, but if you ask the New York Post, they're gonna say Dems. If you ask New York Times, they're gonna say Republican. So wherever you put this poll out is low key is a skewed answer. So if you're going off the polls that CNN showed you, my friend, you have been extremely misled. And of course, we're not going to ask the people of America. I would say the majority of the people of America who voted for Donald Trump, because more people voted for Trump than Kamala Harris. And I don't know, y'all just don't like to accept that fact. Actually, honestly, I've been bringing more people over to Trump's side during these, 9 months. So we appreciate that, Dems.
Consequences of this, Martha, are becoming very real to the American people, as you pointed out. And I think what the Democrats have concluded is that they think this is a political game. I mean, the statement that Chuck Schumer said or made yesterday or the day before to the press about this gets better for us every day. I mean, that is a cynical statement. And honestly, they ought to be ashamed. Because this is a real thing for a lot of families across this country that could be completely eliminated. All they simply have to do is vote for the bill that's right at the Senate desk. All we need is 5 of them right now to get it done.
Just 5.
So let me play this because
we just need 5 sensible Dems, and it's all good, guys. Just 5 sensible Dems. We got Fetterman, and I don't know. We just need 4 more, but all we know is we got Fetterman.
I'm sure you saw Marjorie Taylor Greene saying that she is concerned about health care and she would like this to be an issue on the table. Here she is yesterday. Watch.
I'm not putting the blame on the president. I'm actually putting the blame on the speaker and Leader Thune and the Senate. This should not be happening. We control the House. We control the Senate. We have the White House. I've been vocal saying, you can use the nuclear option in the Senate.
So that's a Republican calling to end the filibuster. We've heard it from Democrats as well. I think their motivations are a little bit different in this. But what do you say to that when you say we have the House, we have the Senate, we have Congress, but that nuclear option is on the table if you want to just reopen the government?
Martha, if you will remember, the Democrats, every single Democrat, with the exception at the time of Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema, voted to get rid of the filibuster. And every single one of them today, if they had that same opportunity, would vote to keep the legislative filibuster because it's situational for them. I mean, this is the ultimate hypocrisy. And we've been consistent. The filibuster is something that protects the minority in the United States Senate. It enables us to work in a constructive bipartisan way to get things done. And it's just something that we're not going to do. But we don't have to do it. All we have to have are 5 courageous Democrats with backbone who are willing to cross the far left activist groups who are calling the shots.
Yeah, and I'll disagree with Marjorie Taylor Greene as well. Is like, I'm not sure why you're saying we control it as if we don't need at least 5 Dems to support it. We just need 5 guys. And shout out to Tove, because she said it right. Sensible is the key word set, and that is the key word for these Dems. We need these sensible Dems to come over and do this. And the reality is we don't got too much of them. I mean, that's just the reality. But he has a point, though. It's like, I'm gonna be honest with you, it really nothing that we could honestly do. And I will disagree with Marjorie Taylor Greene on this one because, sis, how? Tell me, if we need 5 of their votes, how are we supposed to move past that? We have majority control of the Senate, majority control of the House. We don't have full control. There's not no one-party system control government. She should know that.
And they're dancing to their tune and just come up here and vote to get the government open. It's that simple. I mean, this isn't a complicated thing. The Democrats are trying to throw health care into it. Honestly, we want to have that conversation about health care. And I think there's an opportunity to do that, but you can't do it while you're holding the government and the American people hostage.
Is there a way? I got a couple questions. You talk about 5 Democratic senators. Any sign that they're coming over anytime soon? Are you seeing them budge? Is there any movement?
We'll see. I mean, not yet. But there have been some conversations. But I think, again, they are hearing from the far left activists. Their leaderships are running scared from their far left. They have this big protest rally in town a week from tomorrow. And we've been told, at least, that they don't want to do anything because they don't want to tick off all these groups that are coming to town to protest. So, you know, this is about politics for them. For us, this is real to the American people, which is why we've been voting consistently to try and get the government opened up again.
Yeah. What is the White House message to you? I know the president has been very complimentary of you and your handling of this situation and of Mike Johnson. But at some point, I would imagine President Trump's going to want to see this move.
I mean, never claim a blonde understands. Hey, nah, shout out to that. Hey, appreciate the support, guys. But, oh, man, I'm not going to lie. This whole government shutdown thing is kind of irritating to me sometimes because I'm going to say it like this. The Republicans, once again, show that they're a more mature party. Like, look, when they shut down the government and they're the demanding party, they own up to it, like Trump did. They own up to it. When the Democrats are the demanding party and they're the ones shutting down the government, or they got 5 votes keeping the government closed, they don't even want to take accountability for it. And then they want to move the goalposts and not even tell the people about the offers that the Republicans made, like the 1-year extension to Obamacare health subsidies. Don't even want to tell you about that and want to make you think that Republicans are just trying to destroy healthcare prices. Or low healthcare prices. So I really don't even know what to say with some of these Dems sometimes, because it's just like, y'all honestly don't care about the American people, and it's all about spiting Trump. Because you honestly cared, you guys would have took the 1-year extension and then you'd have moved on. But that's just not what y'all doing. This is not what y'all doing. Shout out to Toe. She says, Hellbat, as a blonde, I represent that. Hey. Shout out to representing all blondes, and shout out to the supporters. But I don't know, in terms of getting the Dems to, turn around on their argument, at least a majority of them, I don't know, that's dead. But like I said, we got Fetterman, and maybe we can probably get some other ones as well, because we're giving them the 1-year extension. A lot of Dems, that's all they wanted, or maybe a couple of them. But now they moved the goalpost to a permanent on them. And the problem is that, well, the Republicans still want to work out a better healthcare plan for the American people. So they don't want a permanence on these Obamacare health subsidies. They want to try to come up with something better, if possible.
In your direction.
Well, look, I think the president, and to give them credit for this, you know, for 10 days now, they have held off on making hard decisions with regard to agencies and departments and moving money around and deciding what gets.
Hey, yo, shout out Hellbases. I don't care. The stereotype exists for a reason. Like, hey, man, hey. Leave the blondes alone, man. They ain't do nothing. The blondes ain't do nothing. Like, well, I don't got nothing against blondes.
Prioritize and what doesn't, and which employees are essential and get paid and which don't. Those are
okay. Never mind. I'm wrong. I do have a problem with black people who love their black roots but will dye their hair blonde. I have a problem with those guys.
Those are all hard decisions, and the Democrats have put the administration in that position. But for 10 days, they have resisted making any decisions like that. They're now going to be forced to make those kinds of decisions, and that's really unfortunate. But I think the president, like us, just wants to see the government opened up again, made that abundantly clear, and has, I think, indicated, as we have, as I have consistently, that we can have the conversation about health care. The Democrats are asking for $1.5 trillion in new spending. They're asking for free health care for non-citizens in their counter proposal. Those are not things that are going to go anywhere. It's not serious. We have in front of them a serious proposal to open up the government. They just simply need to take it, and then let's go to work on health care.
Well, everybody's watching this. Just a last quick question. What do you say to those people who are going to not get their paychecks when they ask, why is Congress still getting their paychecks?
Right. Well, and that's unfortunately, call your Democrat congressman or woman, your Democrat senator, and just ask them to do the right thing here for them and for their families, and that is vote to open up the government.
And that would be oh so nice if they can just do that. But they don't give a damn. Look, man, it's all about spiting Trump. It is no longer about logic no more. It is just F Trump. You guys got to remember that, okay, man? They're not thinking sensibly no more. It's over. Like I said, if we can get just 5 Dems, we'll be good. But the rest of them, it sounds like they're just saying F Trump. We don't care. As long as we can try to make this look like Trump's fault, it's all good. But I mean, hey, that's why they're trying to put out these polls on left-leaning pollsters so they can try to frame it on the Republicans when they know damn well it's their fault. They know damn well they're the demanding party. But hey, they have a base that's willing to believe anything if it's F Trump.
Now to this. It's day 11 of the government's shutdown. Let's check in on Capitol Hill to see how things are going.
Why don't we sign on right now?
Did your boss Donald Trump?
You can easily extend the ACA right now.
Did your boss Donald Trump
He's
give
not
you
my
permission?
boss.
Yes, he is.
No, he's not. And by the way,
So let me ask you a
why
question.
did you vote to
Let me
shut
ask
the
you a
government
question.
down?
Make
No, it's
yourself
sad.
relevant.
It's sad. You could
It's
easily
an
sign on to
You're
this.
embarrassing
You
yourself
could
right
sign
now.
on to this. The only
You're
embarrassment
chasing
here is you
clout. You're not
on
going to talk to me
fraud
and talk
and
over me
non-New York residents
because you don't
getting
want to
paid.
hear what I have to say.
Oh, I'm
So
listening.
why don't
Go
you
ahead.
just keep your mouth shut?
Not going well for Hakeem Jeffries, and it didn't get much better for him.
I mean, I'm listening to him tell this guy that he's looking for a moment, but Hakeem is being just as performative. Somebody was recording that for him because he wanted to put on a show as well. And I'm not impressed by Hakeem Jeffries telling somebody they got a boss. Chuck Schumer's Hakeem Jeffries' boss. The real estate lobbyist in New York City are Hakeem's boss. The finance lobbyist in New York City are his boss.
Here to discuss that congressman in that exchange with Hakeem Jeffries, you know him, New York Republican Congressman Mike Lawler. Congressman Lawler, I watched you holding hot.
Don't forget AIPAC. Don't forget AIPAC. AIPAC is boss too. That's why we call him AIPAC Shakur. Okay, man. So let's not remember that Hakeem Jeffries. I mean, he likes to speak like he's one of these real Democrats. Like oh, I'm against corruption, but I mean, bro, there's corruption all through his portfolio.
Hakeem Jeffries accountable, and it appears in the process he lost Charlemagne.
No question. And he lost control.
And I mean, let's be honest. And this was the guy who walked up and said, "Look, bro, we're doing a 1-year extension of the Obamacare. Like, what's your deal?" And bro, all Hakeem Jeffries had to say was, "Look, you're right, bro. We'll go ahead and sign it next time." But instead, he's like, "Oh, did your boss approve that? Well, do you think where you think it came from? It came from the rest of the Republicans. They offered you guys a 1-year extension on Obamacare healthcare subsidies. Y'all said no. That's why it got in y'all face, because he just seen it, bro. Let's be real. We done watched them for like 2-3 days straight go all over media talking about healthcare premiums going up because they won't extend the healthcare subsidies. Now that they did, they have no argument. And now they're just trying to say, oh, well, it's all the Republicans' fault anyway, and they just need to give us whatever we want. And we'll just ignore any argument we put forward in the beginning because, well, we all know that was bullshit. And the Dems will still eat it. Still, man. Hey, like I said, man, it got to be a blessing being a Democrat commentator because nobody ever fact check y'all. Nobody ever hold y'all feet to the fire. All y'all just got to say is F Trump, make a statement, and they all cheer.
I mean, he was stuttering, he was stammering, he was yelling, he was angry, and he wasn't answering any questions. And I was making a very simple point. Look, we voted to pass a clean CR to keep the government funded and open. It's a position he held 13 times under Joe Biden. And I'm co-sponsor of a bill to extend the ACA tax credits by a year to make sure that Americans don't see a health care premium spike. Sign on to the bill. And he wouldn't do it because this really isn't about either of those things. This is about Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer being petrified of their far-left base, AOC, Zohran Mamdani, and primary challenges from the left. And so they're trying to show them that they're fighting, that they're pushing back against President Trump. And that's really what this is about.
Yeah, and you were asking him about bipartisan legislation. There are 13 Democrats signed on. Like, presumably he should have an answer about that. But he doesn't, which is why he resorts to ad hominem attacks and yelling.
And here's the thing, like I said, the Dems not consistent with their argument. Because even somebody here is pretty much trying to say, well, I love how you forget how many times the Republicans have used. We know the Republicans have used filibuster. We never said that the Republicans never did this. I even said back in, what was it, 2017, 2018, when Trump shut down the government over his wall, which I disagreed with at the time. I'm remaining consistent by saying, yo, you guys are the ones who want $1.5 trillion in Medicaid spending over the next 10 years, and you're holding up the government over it. You're the demanding party this time, just like how the GOP was the demanding party the last few times. I'm keeping it a consistent argument. You guys have a double standard.
In that crazy exchange. You also put out a letter just this morning, you and your New York colleagues in the House, Republican colleagues. You bring up Schumer's own words. You say he called a shutdown self-defeating. Kirsten Gillibrand called a shutdown political games. And you're calling for them to end this. Do you think this letter will move them?
Unfortunately, probably not. But it's important for them to be called out on their hypocrisy. Again, 13 times under Joe Biden, they voted for clean CRs. Chuck Schumer has always maintained that you keep the government.
And shout out to my man Jet. He says, what was it? Twop Club 2.4. Oh, pretty much Dems. What was it? Twop 2.4 million voters right out of their parties. I mean, bro, they done kicked 2.4 million voters right out their party. They done, I'm gonna be real with you, dissuaded 2 million voters out of their party. And I mean, they done left 2 million voters outside of their party. Because you know what's crazy? People don't really leave the left. The left leaves them. I mean, that's the funny thing about the left. It's like you think you're left, you think you're on the left until they just say something crazy and then you disagree and then you realize like, oh crap, okay, maybe I'm not on these guys' side like I thought I was. I mean, shoot, we're for healthcare too, but we're not for overspending on healthcare so corporations could take advantage of it. I thought y'all would be on the same side as us. I thought.
Funded and open, that you don't use the American people as hostages in a negotiation, that you don't hurt our military, our border patrol, the American people that rely on critical programs like WIC and SNAP, and yet that's exactly what they're doing because they're so petrified. Chuck Schumer took so much heat in March when they passed a clean CR, and he's so worried about AOC challenging him and losing control of his Senate Democratic Conference that he's trying to show. I mean, he even updated his glasses to show that he's hip and feisty now. But it's absurd. The whole thing is performative. They should do their job on Tuesday, come back, vote to open up the government so that our troops can get paid, so that Americans relying on WIC and SNAP have the funds they need.
That's what you meant. Dems catapulted 2.4 million voters right out of their party. I mean, bro, they do it so effortlessly. It's like every time Kamala Harris opens her mouth, AOC opens her mouth. I mean, Jasmine Crockett. Hey, more people come to the right, or not even to the right, at least to the center. They come to the center looking for something new because obviously the left has gone a little bit too wild. a little bit too anti-Trump. They focus too much on anti-Trump instead of actually coming up with policies that can help Americans
to get these critical services.
Yeah, and you're here in New York, so you know these individuals well, Schumer and AOC and the like. And I have seen polling that shows her double digits ahead of Chuck Schumer. Do you think she chooses to run ultimately and defeats Chuck Schumer?
I do. I do think she will run for U.S. Senate in 2028. I don't think she'll run for president. And I think Chuck Schumer's days are numbered. Look, he's been in elected office for 50 years. He got elected in 1974 to the New York State Assembly, 1980 to Congress. It's time to go. 50 years in public office. He has lost complete control. And it's embarrassing at this point.
Yeah, Mike Johnson was in third grade, I believe, when he was first elected. That tells you a lot. And Mike Johnson's a young buck still.
Listen, it was 12 years before I was even born when Chuck Schumer was elected.
Oh, gosh, and I'm about your age, so there we go.
Exactly.
I also want to bring this up. You had this New York Post article that came out, and you're the third Republican I've heard mention this. On October 18th, so 1 week from today, there's this left-wing rally. They're calling it the No Kings Rally. I heard Tom Cotton, Mike Johnson mention it, that Schumer's holding out because he can't anger this left-wing flank ahead of the rally. You really think this is a motivation?
I do. I mean, look, they are so petrified of the rage on the left about Donald Trump being president. I mean, so much so that Donald Trump secures Middle East peace, and they can't even bring themselves to give him credit. They can't even bring themselves to say he did a good job.
I mean, even Hillary gave Donald Trump credit, but the left couldn't even do it. They want to sit there and be like, well, we won't even know if it worked. It probably won't even make it to phase 2. So who cares? It's like, you negative Nancy's. Like, y'all wouldn't be negative Nancy's because you don't want to sit there and admit that Donald Trump got something that, I'm gonna be real with you, presidents on the left and right been trying for decades. I mean, since Jimmy Carter, this has been a goal. Bill Clinton was the closest. Now here we are with Trump gaining a whole new step, and y'all don't want to give it to him? I mean, did y'all really care about the Palestinians? Did y'all really care about them? Or was it just about saying F Trump once again?
Because they are so concerned about their left-wing base. And frankly, I really wonder what the pro-Hamas wing of their party is going to do at this No Kings rally on the 18th, because Donald Trump has done the very thing they were demanding, which is bring an end to this war.
Well, I'm so glad you flagged this rally. We will cover it 1 week from today, Saturday in America, the No King rally. We'll let you know what they're up to. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. I mean, shoot, I can't wait. We're going to, hey, Lord knows all the YouTubers are going to go out there and start asking these people questions like that man, Nick Shirley. So I can't wait to see it. It should be pretty entertaining. But all right, guys, let's go to the next interview where, what was it? Keem Jeffries pretty much got roasted on CNBC. So let's get to that. Heard that was pretty damn entertaining.
And I think it was.
Go ahead and go back a little bit. All right, guys, let's get right to it. Let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people in the conversation by double tapping that screen. All right, guys, let's get straight to it.
When Chuck Schumer is saying this is getting better for us every day, that's not somebody who wants to see this get resolved. And they are pandering to the left-wing special interest groups out there who have demanded this and demanded this showdown with the President of the United States. And so we've got a bill, as I've said, that's passed the House, that's sitting at the desk in the Senate that we could pass today, put it on the President's desk, he would sign it into law, and this shutdown whole fiasco ends, and people can get back to work.
That was Senate Majority Leader John Thune on Squawk Box just a couple of minutes ago. Now we're going to get some reaction and his thoughts about where this all heads from House Minority Leader Keem Jeffries. Good morning to you. We'll start there. What do you make of those comments?
What you got to say?
Well, our view is that we will sit down anytime, any place with anyone here at the Capitol or back at the White House, including with the President, in order to reopen the government, find a bipartisan path forward to enacting a spending agreement that actually meets the needs of the American people and improves their quality of life as opposed to hurting everyday Americans. And of course, anything that we do has to decisively address the Republican healthcare crisis that is real. It's not fake. It's not.
Well, let's be real. It is pretty fake because you guys, one, I mean, let's be real. You're going to look pretty stupid at the end of the year when millions of Americans haven't died because of these, well, cuts to Medicaid. So you're going to look real stupid on that note. You're also going to look real stupid on the fact that, well, you were complaining about Obamacare subsidies, but they offered you a year extension. So you're fear-mongering on healthcare premium skyrocketing. I mean, that's out the window. And now it all comes down to, well, $1.5 trillion in Medicaid spending that is going to give, well, I'm real with you, healthcare to illegals. And let's be quiet. Let's be honest, bro. Nobody really wants that. And nobody wants an overly funded healthcare system because corporations take advantage of that. So, Akeem, who are you for again?
Relevant. It's not random. It's a real healthcare crisis, including the urgent need to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits for tens of millions of Americans who are about to experience dramatically increased premiums, copays, and deductibles because of the Republican refusal to act.
Right. I appreciate your position on the healthcare issue. The question I have is, there's clearly a game of chicken going on here, and I think it was expressed in many ways by Senator Schumer in terms of how strategically there is a view among Democrats that the longer you can hold out, perhaps the better chance you have either to get what you want or to push the Republicans into some kind of other place. And my question to you is how you think about that, given the trade-off, of course, which is all of the government workers which are currently being furloughed and not being paid.
I think that Leader Schumer and Senate Democrats have taken a strong and principled position for all of the right reasons in the face of this Republican healthcare crisis. Remember, this is something that has been ongoing from the very beginning of this Congress. The largest cut to Medicaid in American history, forcing, we believe, 14 million.
Yeah, because we had the largest spending in Medicaid in American history. I mean, like I said, you went from $615 billion budget on Medicaid to about 1.2 trillion. I mean, yeah, we needed to cut Medicaid. And be honest with you, we did a little bit too much spending in the terms of Medicaid, and Biden was going buck wild on it. So yes, we had to cut it. And we're also trying to balance the budget here. You want to know what's our biggest expenditure in the United States? I believe it's Social Security at the top, then Medicare, then Medicaid. Okay, guys? So yes, they do have to be cut. And honestly, if you really wanted to cut the budget, you would cut all three of those by at least 40%. But we're not trying to make y'all like, well, crap yourselves. Okay? So chill out, guys. It could be way worse and it's needed.
People off of health care coverage. Hospitals and nursing homes and community-based health clinics are closing right now, all throughout the country, including in rural America, because of what Republicans did in their one big ugly bill. Medicare is facing a possible cut of $536 billion at the end of this year.
Because Medicare is at $1.2 trillion. $1.2 trillion. Okay, dog. And most likely I'm pretty sure if I look at the numbers, it's either the same number of people that was in 2019 or less. Just like how it was with Medicaid, because in 2019, when we were spending way less in Medicaid, we had 71 million people. Now we only got 70 million people. So why are we trying to spend more with less people on Medicaid is like beyond me. Not beyond my understanding, but honestly beyond logical reasoning.
If Congress doesn't act, connected to that toxic piece of legislation that Republicans enacted, which hurts everyday Americans in order to reward their billionaire donors with massive tax breaks. And by the way, those tax breaks were made permanent. And then now we're facing the Republican refusal to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits in an environment where the cost of living is already too high, and Donald Trump has broken his promise to lower costs on day one. And by the way, on top of all of that, medical research has been effectively ended in the United States of America. And in this Republican appropriations bill on the House side, they want to cut funding for the Centers for Disease Control by $1.7 billion and cut funding for the National Institute of Health by $500 million. This is extraordinary stuff. And we are simply not going to go along to get along the Republican effort to continue to gut the health care of the American people. This is a cost of living issue, and it's a life or death issue for millions of Americans.
Senator, but we're talking about a continuing resolution to keep the government open and then going into the normal appropriations process.
And all I'm hearing is that, bro, you just want to add spending and add to the deficit while Republicans are trying to cut spending. They're doing exactly what they campaigned on. They're trying to do exactly what they promised the American people is cut spending. And you're literally pretty much saying, yeah, F all that. We want to add spending. I mean, real with you, a lot of these, organizations, they don't need all that money. And they've been wasting it. Like I said, we overfund things in America. We should know this by now. But apparently the Dems don't. I mean, hey, man. But they're probably the ones making money on it. probably the ones making money off this. Sorry, can't take them seriously without a sombrero now. Man, I should play that one video, but I'll wait.
I mean, there was an election, and the Republicans were put in a position where they were able to pass the big, beautiful bill, or you call it the big, ugly bill. To then say, we don't like any of that, so we're going to shut down the government until you take back all the things that you duly passed through legislation. If Republicans had tried to do that to the Inflation Reduction Act or the any of the acts that Biden and that administration have passed, if they said we're going to shut down the government because we don't like any of those things you did, we're going to not pay our military, we're going to, not allow the government to reopen until you do what we want.
Would be a
After
crazy
an election
position.
where the American people put Democrats in power, you'd be going crazy. You'd be going crazy about using a shutdown of the government with a continuing resolution to get what you want just because you don't like what the Republicans did. It's not how it works. It's bad. It's bad precedent, and it's just clear. And you're talking about the House. You've already passed this. The Senate is who we're talking about, and they have a bill which will reopen the government right now with 5 more Democrats.
What is bad precedent is the Republican refusal to engage in bipartisan negotiations.
They did. They gave you guys the 1-year extension on the healthcare subsidies when they weren't about to do that at first. It was gonna wait to the next CR bill, but you guys wanted to rush it, and we got it for you. What is not bipartisan about that? Like, come on now. Y'all act for something. The Republicans gave up on it. They're like, all right, cool. Let them have the 1-year extension. It really don't matter. And y'all still saying no. Now y'all want that $1.5 trillion in healthcare, which would overturn Trump's Medicare cuts. They're not doing that. Like, come on now. Y'all know the big, beautiful bill is the initiative. That's the plan.
What is bad precedent?
Like it or not.
Precedent is the Republicans embarking on a my way or the highway approach from the very beginning of this Congress. Republicans control the House, the Senate, and the presidency. Joe, you're exactly right.
No, not full control. We have majority rule. That's why we need 5 freaking Democrats to get the bill passed. If we have full control, we wouldn't even be talking to you guys. Don't really think about what they're saying. If we had all this control that they think we do, or that they're preaching that we do, then why are y'all even negotiating? We'd be arguing amongst ourselves like we were doing with the big, beautiful bill. It'd be an argument amongst ourselves, like with Thomas Massey and the rest of them. But no, this is about arguing with you guys.
So if the government shuts down, they've made the decision to shut the government down. And they can reopen it right now if they chose to, with a rule change in the Senate. But I just explained it. The reality is they want to keep the government closed. Cruelty from the very beginning of this administration has been the point. And the responsible thing to do is to sit down and negotiate a bipartisan path forward to address a very real healthcare crisis that's upon us right now. Open enrollment starts on November 1st.
Can you do those negotiations while the government is reopened? I think that's the offer that's been on the table.
Yeah, they could.
We did hear the House Speaker, Mike Johnson, talking about how, look, he passed a clean CR. There's not really much for him to politic in because there's nothing to take out, any Republican pork that they pushed into this to take out of it to offer as a way of getting around this. Can you reopen the government and have these conversations if there's a willing party on the other side, which it sounds like there is if you talk to some of the Republicans who see this as an issue in their district as well?
Well, certainly Marjorie Taylor Greene has made clear that it's a very real issue. It's an issue that Republicans have ignored throughout this year, and it's an issue that needs to be addressed right now. Mike Johnson has made the representation, including at that White House meeting that we had last week, after Chuck Schumer and I reached out to demand that we have the conversation. Unfortunately, it took place literally a day before the government shut down because Republicans have refused to engage in bipartisan negotiations or even conversations up until this point.
Which
and
is a
our
lie.
view is what Johnson said is that health care is an irrelevant extraneous issue. No, it's not an extraneous issue. It's a central issue. And we need to deal with it right now. And we're willing to sit down and have that conversation. We want to reopen the government.
But you're not going to fix this. It's a negotiation that is going to take a very long time. Employees, including the military, are not going to get paid on October 5th.
No, here's the problem, though. It's like they can't negotiate in good faith. They don't want to negotiate while the government's reopen. No, they want to be able to negotiate while being able to put pressure on the Republicans and trying to shift blame for them on a government shutdown. And they're hoping that they can get the American people to put enough shame on the Republicans to get these guys to get all of their healthcare spending in, or their reckless spending in. Like, that's what this strategy is all about. It's about holding the American people hostage, which is honestly quite sad. I mean, it's kind of crazy how nobody else see it but that, because they already tried to give y'all extension on the subsidies. Y'all said no. I mean, you know they're not going to give you 1.5 trillion in Medicaid spending. Maybe you could act like $100 billion back or something. They might go for that. But let's be real. It doesn't sound like you guys are negotiating if you're not willing to fall off that 1.5 trillion.
15th. Can you have these negotiations?
And that's an issue that we believe should. And that's an issue that we believe should be dealt with respect to our troops in a bipartisan way, in a manner that it has been dealt with in the past in previous shutdowns,
in the past, you've had appropriations
in
bills
October
that had already
of
been
2013.
For the right.
No, I'm talking about in October of 2013, where as a standalone issue, the military pay for our families and men and women in uniform was dealt with. That's what I'm making
reference to. So who should get paid besides
to.
the military? You think the TSA agents should get paid? Where does the line stop for who gets paid and who doesn't?
The law requires everyone to be paid, and unfortunately, Donald Trump has once again suggested that no one is going to get paid, which to me is consistent with the efforts to undermine the rule of law that we've seen from this administration from the very beginning.
Just
the
making them look
opposition
bad.
just remains clear. We just want to have a serious bipartisan discussion about reopening the government and enacting a spending agreement that meets the needs of the American people. And we disagree with the notion that the March partisan continuing resolution.
No, your spending doesn't reach the needs of the American people. It reaches the needs of corporate extortion. I mean, that's what it does. But I mean, hey, he won't tell you that up front.
Which they put before us once again is actually clean. No, it's not. We opposed it in March because it represented, in our view, an attack on veterans, an attack on nutritional assistance, an attack on women, infants, and children funding, an attack on housing affordability, and an attack on health care. That's not a clean continuing resolution in our view, and it was not bipartisan. Certainly that wasn't the case in the House.
But Leader Jeffrey, I mean, we know that there are, varying opinions on both sides of the aisle, sharply differing.
Oh, guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video. And we are about $68 away from opening up the call-in lines and running Conspiracy Hour. So if you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud. Just send $2 and up. And there you go. All right, guys, let's get right back to it.
Opinions on how to do everything. And you've just outlined a lot of things that Democrats, a lot of problems they have with Republicans. Republicans have a laundry list of things that happened during the Biden administration that they feel the same way about. And I guarantee if they had shut down the government and said, we want a bipartisan talk on doing all this, but what Republicans want, Democrats, their hair would have been on fire. Democrats would have said that's not the way to do it. You can't do it through a government shutdown. And now you're employing that same tactic on what I'm sure you feel are very important issues, but it just looks like, politics as usual to a lot of people.
I think this is very personal for the American people who are at risk of literally experiencing thousands of dollars in a potential increase in their health insurance in a manner that will...
For healthcare subsidies that don't end until December 31st. So we're more than 2 months out away from these healthcare subsidies ending. They give you a 1-year extension. Like, if you guys don't vote on this CR bill with the fact that they did offer you a 1-year extension, then it would be your fault that Americans are paying higher premiums. It would be your fault. If y'all hold out for 2 months, that is.
Bankrupt many folks or deprive them of access to health care. We're talking about a married couple of 2 individuals, for instance, that makes $88,000 a year, currently receives tax credits from the Affordable Care Act, and pays about $8,000 a year. Now, this is a situation that's already unaffordable, but their premiums may actually triple to $24,000 a year, unable to afford that. That's what we're talking about. And
it'd have been a couple $100, not tripled. I even ran the numbers myself. They said no, it'd have been a couple $100 in saving. I mean, it'd been a couple $100 like added, but it wasn't going to be like $1,000, $2,000 added. Like that's an absolute lie.
There's a lot of
A great fear mongering, though. I got to give it to him.
Thing that's
Leader,
happening right now.
We're not going to fix Obamacare or the AC. There's a lot of issues that are not just the expiration of the subsidies that are causing a lot of these problems. And you're not going to be able to fix it and negotiate it between now and reopening the government. You got to reopen the government first and then get.
We made very clear at the beginning of September that we will find a bipartisan path forward to keep the government open and enact a spending agreement that meets the needs of the American people. What we also said is we will not support a partisan Republican spending bill that continues to gut the health care of the American people. But it was already
supported the
This wasn't an 11th hour position. It was a position that we articulated early on, and unfortunately, Republicans chose a my way or the highway approach that they
Democrats
are continuing
voted for
right
this
now in the
CR
Senate.
initially. This is the same funding that was already passed by both houses.
Yep. And the only reason y'all holding it up is because you're capitulating to the more radical of the left, which is AOC and Jasmine Crockett, that were really the only two that had a problem with it. Like they were the ones speaking out, pretty much trying to call them weak, pretty much said they should be primaried against. And y'all, let's be real, that woman put fear in y'all heart. And this is why y'all doing this.
I explained that Democrats in the House strongly opposed this spending bill in March because it hurt the American people.
Right.
And this current bill actually excludes about $500 million in funding in public safety grants that are provided to support local law enforcement. I don't have enough time to go through all of the problems with this particular partisan Republican spending bill, but they are numerous. And they all hurt the.
But you signed on it the last time. Y'all signed on it the time before then. And now all of a sudden, you guys want to play this as if y'all didn't know this like last time. Like I said, it's so disingenuous.
The American people, as opposed to helping the American people.
I'm really afraid to ask you about Mamdani. Leader Jeffries,
I usually ask you, so I thought we'd let Joe do it this time.
Let me. I don't want you to bristle. I've seen what happens when some other people have asked you about that. But you live in New York. I mean, it matters. New York City. Can you at least tell me whether you'd vote? I guess you're not going to tell me that. But are you going to endorse him anytime soon? Or what about Senator Schumer?
Well, listen, Senator Schumer, of course, Leader Schumer speaks for himself. New York City is the greatest city in the world. I love the city. I was born and raised in the city, raised the family in the city of New York, now proud to represent Brooklyn in the United States Congress. When Mayor Adams decided that he would not run for re-election, I issued a statement making it clear that I would have more to say about the mayor's race prior to early voting starting at the end of this month. And I intend to make sure that I keep that promise. But we're in the middle of a government shutdown right now. Donald Trump and Republicans have shut the government down. People are being hurt.
No, bro. Y'all shut the government down. You guys are the demanding party. This time, just like everybody blamed the GOP or the Republicans for being the demanding party the last couple of times, now you guys are, and you don't want to take that accountability. And of course, I'm gonna be real with you, their base is they have that double standard. I mean, for some reason, they have the cognitive dissonance to sit there and not look at 2017 and 18 when Trump shut it down and we blamed the GOP. Everybody rightfully blamed the GOP, but now see here with that same consistency and be like, you know what? It is the Republicans' fault. Like, they do want the healthcare spending. They do want the Obamacare subsidies. Even if you do agree with it, you do have to admit that they're the ones shutting it down.
We've got to find a path forward to reopen the government and to address the Republican healthcare crisis. And as it relates
I'll
to
help
us,
you out, my friend.
Right, as Democrats, we are just united in fighting to make life better for working class Americans, everyday Americans, and middle class Americans. And it's real progress that needs to be made for us in New York City and beyond the borders of New York City and throughout the country, and that's what we intend to do.
Nope.
Well, okay. Good to have both sides on.
Whoever said that dumb stuff on, well, no, it's always the party in power that's blamed. No, because when they did it under Obama, Right, we blame the GOP then. I mean, they did it under Obama and we blame the GOP. So it's like that argument doesn't even stand on about, oh, it's usually the party in power. No, it's the demanding party who don't want to sign the CR bill because they want to either add things or subtract things from there. And that's what the Dems want to do. I mean, bro, be consistent in y'all argument. I mean, y'all don't got to sit there and do Simone Biles level gymnastics to go around the truth. Like, come on now. Let's be logical here. But all right, though, let's go ahead and get into Nobel Peace Prize winner declares victory to Trump. I mean, really? Well, on the lighter side of things, I guess. All right, let's go take it back here and let's get to it.
Venezuelan opposition leader Maria Corina Machado winning the Nobel Peace Prize for risking her own safety in the name of restoring democracy in Venezuela. But amid the celebrations, she's decided to dedicate the award to President Trump, who responded yesterday. Watch.
Yeah, because Trump is pulling military action towards the regime that she wants out of power. All this activism and protesting she's doing is to get Maduro out of power, okay? So I'm not understanding why Dems are defending this guy and getting on Trump for bombing the ships that leave their ports full of drugs, but y'all willing to celebrate this lady who's literally speaking out against that very thing. It's like, man, like I said, the hypocrisy is real.
It's a great honor to be involved with so many. So the person who actually got the Nobel Prize called me and said that I'm accepting this in honor of you because you really deserved it. That a very nice thing to do. I didn't say then give it to me though. I think she might have. She was very nice, and I've been helping her along the way. They need a lot of help in Venezuela.
Mm-hmm.
Indeed, they do need help, and indeed, he has been helping. And we are honored to have Maria Corina Machado join us, the new recipient of the Nobel Peace Prize. Maria, welcome, congratulations, and tell our viewers why you decided to dedicate this award to President Donald Trump.
Thank you very much, Rachel, and to all of you for what you have done for Venezuela. And they decided to dedicate it to President Trump because he deserves it. Because not only has he been involved in only a few months in solving 8 wars, but his actions have been decisive to have Venezuela now at a threshold of freedom after 26 years of tyranny that have destroyed the lives of millions of Venezuela, destabilized the region, and undermined the institutions in the United States, because having Venezuela as a safe haven of the enemies of the United States and using our territory and our resources to hurt the American people.
Here's the thing. The Venezuelan people voted for this lady right here. This lady and her old guy candidate were pretty much the ones who allegedly won the election. But Maduro came through, allegedly rigged the election. And then anybody who tested, he was thrown in jail. Anybody who gave the real results, thrown in jail. But then here comes the Dems trying to defend election fraud. Man, 2020 all over again.
American institutions is certainly a threat to the national security of the United States and the security of the hemisphere. But President Trump has been very clear, courageous in terms of dismantling this criminal structure. And on behalf of the Venezuelan people, I reaffirmed our gratitude and our commitment to this cause for the whole America. So I insist he deserves it. And we are very proud to be working at this moment with all these allies for this huge resolution.
You know, Maria, for those, I mean, President Trump, along with, he launched this war on the cartels, this war on narco-terrorist dictators, especially Nicolas Maduro, who's sort of the head of this snake, of this network that is poisoning our people, but torturing yours. I mean, the resources that he, the revenue from his drug running and also the oil, he's using that to build the gulags that the activists who are opposing him are now under. Can you explain to our viewers what has happened, what has changed in Venezuela since this war on the cartels and on narco dictator Nicolas Maduro was launched?
Well, I would say that everything is changing, Rachel, because a new hope has arisen. Because we realize Maduro, the whole world knows Maduro is totally illegitimate. He lost by landslide a presidential election last year, even though it was absolutely scam fraudulent. And since then, he's been seeing terror, in waves of persecutions. Thousands of Venezuelans, innocent Venezuelans, are in
I
jail.
told you.
Hundreds have been tortured and disappeared, and millions have been forced to flee intentionally. But now we realize that we are not alone, and this criminal structure, because as you said, Maduro is the head of El Tren de Aragua and the head of El Cartel de los Soles.
One quick,
so
Whoa.
one quick
that
they're telling me.
She pretty much just said, yo, not only is he the head of Tren de Agua, but he's also the head of the cartel as well. He's also one of the top guys in the cartel. So to sit here and pretend like, yo, Trump is not doing something when he's bombing these ships is like, it's almost asinine to say. And like, I'll be real with you, Dems, like, whoa, what are y'all really defending at this point? Like I said, these were the main ones trying to judge Trump for doing these actions or putting military action towards the Maduro regime. And then I'm pretty sure they're the ones clapping like seals over this lady getting the Nobel Peace Prize, but forgetting to mention that, we kind of just try to put a blanket over the exact situation this lady's speaking about just by spite Trump. Anybody realize that? Did anybody realize that, like, whatsoever?
I got to go. And I have to ask you this because there's been a major development that has not been reported much here in the United States, which is that personnel and families from the Russian embassy in Caracas have left. Is that true? What can you tell us about that? Have left the embassy in Caracas. What does that tell you?
That is true, and it's absolutely revealing that members of the families of Russian officials in the embassy have left the country. That's been an information that has been confirmed. And what it shows is that Maduro is totally isolated. Even those allies that used to support him realize that time is over. And at the end, Maduro has to go, period. And as we say, in order to have peace, we need to have.
And shout out to my man Hellbat. He said it lines up perfectly with their pro-crime waves. Exactly. I'm like, why are you stopping Maduro from transporting drugs and smuggling humans? Trump, you're ruining the drugs that we want to make money off. You're ruining the illegals you want to put in slavery. It's like, Trump, you're ruining it all for us. The slaves, Trump, the slaves on the farms that we need. Who's going to pick the fruits, Trump, for $7 an hour? Not Americans. Oh, man, the racism of the left is hilarious. But shout out to my man Jay. He's like, Dems can't cry about boats going boom anymore. I know, right? Especially when the Nobel Prize winners pretty much saying, yeah, Trump is pretty much helping me do this because she don't got no military power. She's most likely reaching out to the Trump administration, pretty much telling them what's going on, and they're trying to coordinate with her. So, I mean, hey. All I got to say is that I need an apology from the Dems. I need an apology form, at least 300 words, pretty much saying we apologize for judging Trump about blowing the Venezuelan cartel of boats out of the water. We apologize. Please. It's only 300-word letter, okay? Apology letter. That's all we need. We ain't need nothing crazy like 1,000.
Freedom, and in order to have freedom, you need to have strength. And that's precisely what President Trump, his administration is doing, not only in Venezuela, but around the world. And that's why we're entering a totally new era for the hemisphere.
Well, Maria, we congratulate you. We think your gesture to President Trump is magnanimous. And very inspiring.
Respect.
We always wish the best of luck to the Venezuelan people. And thank you for confirming that information on Russia. I have to imagine there were lots of negotiations been going on over the last few weeks on all parts in Ukraine and Israel. There's lots of stuff happening. And I believe that Venezuela was a part of that in some way with this Russia move. So thank you for confirming that. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you. We will prevail. Thank you so much, Rachel.
You got it.
All right. And shout out to her once again. Congratulations. I mean, respects is his work, speaking out against this dictator. Man, at risk of her life. At risk of her life. So no disrespect to her work, but I will state that it's just funny how, I mean, like I said, she's getting a Nobel Peace Prize for what Trump has been pulling military action towards to stop. And the Dems have judged this man, eviscerated this man all the way through for it. but are willing to clap hands like seals when this lady gets it for the same problem this man is trying to stop. Man, you gotta love the left sometimes. It's like the double standard, the hypocrisy, it just makes you laugh. But all right, guys, next video, let's get into what China's doing. The devious bastards, right?
One story we've been following closely is the U.S.'s relationship with China. For months, trade tensions between the U.S. and China had largely hushed, but now tensions are rising again as the Associated Press is saying that the two superpowers are thrusting their trade hostilities back in the global spotlight, roiling markets, and raising alarms of what might come next. And now we're seeing this week that China is announcing strict new limits on exports of rare earth minerals that are crucial to high-tech products. The AP saying that President Trump, in turn, is threatening an additional 100% tax on Chinese imports by November 1st and export controls on American software. Both sides also hit one another's ships with new...
Yeah, and what pretty much is going on in that China pretty much try to control the rare earth mineral trade, threaten a whole bunch of countries, saying that, look, we're gonna control how much you send to the United States. We're gonna limit the rare earth minerals you send so we can limit their supply, pretty much throw down their supply and raise prices. That was literally the strategy. So by controlling the rare earth minerals in multiple states and sending out those threatening letters to multiple countries, they're saying, we want you guys to limit the rare earth minerals you guys send in. You guys check in with us and we'll tell you how much you can send in. And that was supposed to limit the supply or reduce the supply of, well, products that we need these rare earth minerals for in order to drive up prices and damn near sink the American business or sink American businesses and damn near the American economy. I mean, that was the strategy, and they were trying to do that to Trump to get Trump to pretty much lay off on China. Luckily, Trump peeped it. The country sent them the letter. They say, yo, we're not going to shoot ourselves in the foot in terms of sales in order to help China get a win. I mean, so shout out to those countries who spoke up.
Port fees. A little bit of a lengthy...
But let's get to Kulo, because this guy, I don't know why. They're a little too monotone for me. All right, yeah, let's get right to it.
Joining us now, we have a big crowd, very distinguished. Fox Business correspondent Lauren Simonetti.
Hey, Larry.
Rich Lowry, editor-in-chief of the National Review. And if that weren't enough, Charles Payne, host of Making Money, right here on fabulous Fox Business. Thanks to all of us. Charles, I'll just say, I mean, we looked at the gold, dollar, all this all week long. And China has jumped about half of their holdings of U.S. Treasuries in the last, I don't know, 15 years or so. And they're buying gold like crazy.
Everybody
is.
is.
I think, I can't prove this one, but I think they're encouraging their little brick friends who don't like us at all and are trying to stir trouble.
Yeah, because everybody kind of sees that, you know what? It looks like the U.S. might go for a currency manipulation tactic or try to like damn near erase our debt by switching over into, cryptocurrency. So a lot of countries are seeing that, and well, this is what I've been hearing in the financial streets, that they're trying to dump all their money into gold because they see what America's doing, and they're trying to catch themselves before we kind of leave them with the bag. You know, and that's just what they're fearing right now.
To do likewise. Right. It's not so much, I mean, all these currencies are falling against gold. Gold is rising, but that's what
all
I
currencies,
think.
really.
Buying gold is a way of rebelling against the dollar and the U.S. That's my take on this story. I don't see the inflation stuff. I don't see the booming yields and commodity prices. What are you thinking about this?
You know, I think though that China only recently became an aggressive buyer of gold. Now they started selling off treasuries a long time ago. To your point. Now the good news is that other buyers stepped up, right? And so the notion that we have for a long time. Remember, for years ago, well, we can't ever push back. You said the World Trade Organization didn't push back. America couldn't push back, apparently, because they had too much of our treasuries. You know, that was just one of the excuses. So they sold a lot of treasuries over the last several years, certainly over the last 5, 6, 7 years. But their gold purchase really became aggressive last year. Yep. But it was other central banks, though. There's no doubt about it. Many people point to the Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and when we took them off the financial system instantaneously, that what if that ever happened to us? For whatever reason, other nations are wondering, hey, if they can take us off the SWIFT system just with a flip of a switch. They lost a lot of confidence. I think the Biden administration might have moved too quickly there. Also, if they can take our assets and from us and sell them to someone else. You know, again, other nations are saying we may not invade another country like Russia did, but we may do something to offend the United States. And that was, I think, a major inflection point.
Rich Lowry, a lot of good things happening here, including this whole Israel, Hamas, Middle East thing. I, by the way, think your column, I agree. I think the use of force, which is exactly the opposite of what Joe Biden, Joe Biden whined for what force would escalate the war. Turns out the use of military force by the U.S. and Israel de-escalated, probably ended the war. Okay, so much for that theory. But I also want us to fight back against China. If China is going to be bad guys, if they're going to sell...
I mean, China is always going to be the bad guys. And of course, like I said, but a lot of people, even though they're buying gold, they can't take away their independency to the American market to stabilize their company's profit margins. So there's still that problem right there. I mean, the worst thing that the world kind of did to themselves in terms of letting our companies go into their shores was also allowing these companies still be tied to our market and also heavily needing our market to where if any president came along threatening access to that market, it would be an easy choice. So these countries, they dug themselves in a hole that, well, I don't think Trump is going to let them dig themselves out of.
President Trump is threatening a 100% tariff on China following their move to tighten exports of rare earth minerals. For more, let's bring in the Heritage Foundation chief economist and former Labor Bureau Commissioner nominee, E.J. Antoni. E.J., thanks for joining us. This deal with China, how much leverage does the administration have? How much of a problem is it for the White House?
Well, the administration certainly has more leverage today than they did several months ago. And the reason for that is we have managed to iron out a lot of trade deals with different countries and groups of countries like the EU, for example. And so the more of those ducks we get in a row, so to speak, the more leverage that gives us against China, because we already have these different trade agreements. It makes it easier to isolate China. And the more isolated they are, again, the more leverage we have and the easier it is to get a trade deal that's not just on China's terms, but that's actually mutually beneficial.
Especially on rare earth, though. That is a pressure point for the U.S., isn't it?
Oh, certainly. But so rare earth is kind of a misnomer because we think rare earth and we think they're just not, there's not a lot of this stuff in the world. In fact, there is. The difficulty with rare earths is that they're never found in concentrations. In other words, you have to process a tremendous amount of earth to find these trace minerals in there. So China's not the only game in town when it comes to rare earths.
You were a BLS nom. That was with
They do control like 90% of it, and we're going to get to that. Well, over 90%, really.
From the White House. Very quickly, what happened, and do you expect BLS to come out with a report anytime soon?
Unfortunately, with a nomination like BLS commissioner, it does require Senate confirmation, and we literally just couldn't get meetings with senators, so there was no way to move the nomination forward. That being said, I'll still continue to advocate for the same reforms I've been advocating for 3 years now. But when it comes to the reports, we are going to get an inflation report.
We got to run. We'll see you next hour.
Oh, yeah, but the Bureau of Labor Statistics as well, yeah. I mean, once again, it's showing its problems. It reported negative 33 jobs added, but then also stated that, yeah, they haven't gotten back their non-farm payroll employment reports yet. So they don't know. They've only put negative 33 because, well, that's just the number that they got right now. And they haven't even got back the reports or these surveys from the companies. That's the only reason it came out like that. And that's the reason why we fired the lady in the first place, because they're still using old methods that don't work out too well. I mean, they don't help us get the information we need in time, and we don't get the right information until months after with the revisions. So yeah, they need a different way of doing things. But all right, guys, let's get right into it because we're still on China's ass. All right, guys, let's go.
The developing trade war between the United States and China keeps ratcheting up. There are reports tonight China has suspended exports of rare earth minerals.
It's hard to predict how this will shake out, but it's looking increasingly like the goal for the U.S. is to reorient global trade away from China.
They can inflict a lot of pain on their own populace, and they're going to be willing to do so to win this trade war with the United States.
Oh, yeah. This is a really bad story.
Yeah, you're right. You're right, Castro. 90% of the market when it comes to processing rare earth minerals, not just 90% of the resources of rare earth minerals.
For global trade away from China.
They can inflict a lot of pain on their own populace, and they're going to be willing to do so to win this trade war with the United States.
This is a really bad story for China, where the economy is probably already contracting.
China just started an economic nuclear war with its newest export ban. CCP wanted to win the trade negotiations that were ongoing with the United States, and just 2 weeks before signing the final deal, they launched a surprise attack on US businesses. But you see, now Xi Jinping is realizing that he may have overplayed his hand. That's because China expected the US to fold quickly. But the US is fighting back and it's hitting China right where it hurts. So this current story starts in the middle of September.
China forgot to realize that, there are other countries who don't feel so comfortable with your, dominance on the processing of rare earth minerals. Like, yeah, other countries don't feel so comfortable either. And then they don't like the fact that you're trying to make them, or you're trying to send threatening letters to control them and how much they send to America, which is their, most profitable country. So you're literally telling them to shoot themselves in the foot, like a type of pain they can't deal with. And be real with you, it wouldn't only hurt America, but it would also hurt those other countries. And the only one left would be standing would have been China. So pretty much China asks everybody to destroy their economy for them.
On September 14th and 15th, US and Chinese delegations met in Madrid, Spain. The goal of the meeting was to hammer out trade talks, hammer out all the details. This is where a path was agreed on how to take care of TikTok. But they also agreed on something very important. Both sides said that, hey, we'll have a temporary truce, meaning no one would put on any new restrictions or new tariffs until the trade talks are done. Then the next meeting was scheduled for late October. This is where President Trump and Xi Jinping were expected to meet in Malaysia at the South Asian Economic Cooperation Summit. But you see, Chinese head negotiator saw something in Madrid which gave him a weird feeling. He walked away thinking that the US was a bit too eager to get this trade deal done. And he believed that China can take advantage of that American eagerness. But boy, was he wrong. And we'll get to that in just a second. You see, ever since Liberation Day on April 2nd, the US has had a 30% tariff on Chinese goods that are flowing into the country. Now, 30% is still a lot lower than the original 145% that President Trump announced in April, but it's still high enough to hurt many Chinese factories. So, China wanted to use its leverage to get the US to remove this 30% tariff. And that's why, a few nights ago, China dropped what many have called an economic equivalent of a nuclear bomb.
I view yesterday's announcement by China and the Chinese Communist Party as a Sputnik moment for America. In 1957, the Soviet Union launched Sputnik, a satellite into space, and what we realized is they are trying to show the world that they are going to dominate economically, militarily, technologically, and that's what China's doing right now by leveraging what they will buy and what they will sell in an effort to really hinder our economy. Some have called this economic warfare, a Pearl Harbor moment for our economy.
Yeah, and what made it really bad was that, look, if it was just China saying that they were going to limit their, their exports and all that good stuff, we'd have let them do it. We didn't even have said nothing. We'd have let them shoot themselves in the foot while we get our rare earth minerals from other countries. But because they have such a dominant hold on the processing of rare earth minerals, they do have a little sway over these countries when it comes to that processing and telling them, well, limit what you send to the United States, or else we'll do this, that, and the third. We won't send you the equipment to continue refining these rare earth minerals. We'll just stop all that for you. That's what the threatening letters were, to have every country who gives us rare earth minerals to limit the supply in order to drive up prices. Because all that was going to do is going to limit the supply of a lot of electronics and other things as well. And that was going to drive up the prices for Americans. And that was the strategy, was to do that to America before Trump came to the talks, so he can come in a weakened position.
What to me it says,
pretty much ready to roll over and bend over for China. But luckily, these countries snitched on them, and now Trump is taking action.
We need all hands on deck to win this competition.
They snitching.
And we need people to stop treating China like it's a normal country in the economy. They don't deserve the normal trade.
No, because China can't operate without, playing unfairly, without cheating, without doing without employing very sly trade tactics. Like, they can't win without playing unfair. If China was to play completely fair, their economy would sink. They literally run off duplicitous trade tactics. And there's people who literally champion them for this.
Relationship status. They are not a developing country. They are leveraging everything they possibly can against the United States and the world order that we have benefited from.
So let's go over exactly what China did. Huge announcement from Chinese Ministry of Commerce. Foreign entities must now obtain an export license if they want to re-export or manufacture abroad any items that contain over 0.1% of Chinese controlled materials or are produced using Chinese origin rare earth technology. In simple terms, CCP wants,
which is basically freaking everybody because they're the leading manufacturer in those rare earth technologies. So yeah, that's what they're pretty much trying to say. Yeah, we're going to control what you do. If you send over anything that has just a little bit of Chinese production in it, then yeah, we get to control what you do. We get to see, now you got to obtain an export license. So we're going to tell you how much you can send to the United States and all that good stuff. And that would be literally kind of crippling their profits and, like I said, raising prices in the United States. So not only would that country who's following China's orders would be hurt, but so would the United States.
Using Chinese origin rare earth technology. In simple terms, CCP wanted every single country to ask for permission before they export anything to the United States. And the reason I say this is because I'm sure, as many of you guys know, China controls like 90+% of rare earth refining. And anything, any technology, any electronics has rare earths inside it. So if there's any country that wants to build a laptop or a phone for US consumers, they need to ask permission from the CCP. And this is exactly why the bar for permission seeking is so low, 0.1% of Chinese material. As President Trump called it on his tweet, this is unprecedented. And it wasn't just rare earths either. China also put export bans on hard materials like lithium batteries and artificial graphite anode. You see, they really wanted to put extreme pressure on the United States.
Yeah, and the reason why they wanted to do that is because they couldn't do it on their own. They had to get other countries to go along, because if they try to do it by themselves, they'd be shooting themselves in the foot, because they're not the only game in town. They know that, all right, well, if you don't want to give us this rare earth, we'll go to another country that's going to give it to us, and probably for less. And it's not going to be so devious with it. So that's why they got to go ahead and control it, because if they were to shut down their exports, then it would only hurt them. But if they can shut down everybody else exports, including their own, then it hurts everybody else more than it hurts themselves. And then they get their results that they want in America, which is skyrocketing prices.
United States. That's because in 2 weeks, the presidents are expected to meet in Malaysia. And before that, China wanted to use all the leverage that they had to get what they wanted. And that's why one economic expert in Wall Street Journal called it an economic equivalent of a nuclear war. China's plan was to destroy American industries, especially the AI sector. And that's why Chinese negotiators believed that with a threat that dangerous, US would fold very quickly, and it would just give in to Chinese demands. But this is where they were wrong.
So what happened? I mean, you've met with the Chinese. Treasury Secretary Bessent has met with the Chinese, came out of the last meeting suggesting that there was significant progress. Why the change?
That's exactly right, Brett. For the past 6 months, well, just to go back a little bit, 6 months ago, China took an action like this with respect to rare earth magnets. And over the past 6 months, we've been quite successful in securing the regular flow of those magnets to China. We've managed to have a truce, a fragile truce with China with respect to tariffs, where we continue to have high tariffs on China, but we're able to talk to them and have great communication. This action that recently happened, I mean, listen, China, negotiating with China is not like playing patty cake. On the one hand, they have a meeting with President Trump coming up, or they had one coming up. And on the other hand, they truly seek to acquire domination over global technology supply chains. This is a move clearly that they had in their pocket for a long time. and they thought that it was an appropriate time to deploy it before this meeting. And I think they've really miscalculated what they've done here.
Boy, did they miscalculate, because this is how President Trump responded when he learned about the Chinese actions. It has just been learned that China has taken an extraordinary aggressive position on trade in sending an extremely hostile letter to the world, stating that they were going to, effective November 1st, impose a large-scale export controls on virtually every product they make, and some products that are not even made by them. This affects all countries without exception. It was obviously a plan devised.
Yeah, that's why they put that 0.01% of any Chinese technology that helps refine their earth minerals. Yeah, they can sit there and control their exports. And it wasn't just that. Trust me, they threw some threats in there as well. If you don't think that China threw some threats in there, like, come on now. That's why they snitched to Trump. And it was like, yo, Trump, here, take a look at this letter, because China is trying to extort everybody just to sink America.
By them years ago. It is absolutely unheard of in international trade and a moral disgrace in dealing with other nations. Based on the fact that China has taken this unprecedented position and speaking only for the United States of America, not the other nations, starting November 1st, the US will impose a tariff of 100% on China, over and above any tariff that they are currently paying, meaning the original 30 plus another 100 Chinese factories will be paying 130% tariff on anything they want to sell to the United States. Also on November 1st, we'll impose export controls on any and all critical software. It is impossible to believe that China would have taken such an action, but they have, and the rest is history. Thank you for your attention. Now you see, this is where CCP was mistaken, and let me explain why I say that. The CCP thinks that their leverage comes from the US willingness to get a trade deal done and get it done fast. But they are forgetting that the US leverage comes from the fact that Chinese economy is just structurally not well. They're having a real estate crisis. Their manufacturers are on the brink of collapse, and the CCP wants to increase.
And here's the thing, they're on the brink of collapse because we're talking about outside of the tech sector. The only people that are safe, the only businesses that are safe in China right now is the tech sector. Everything outside of that is like, bro, going under, especially the steel industry. The steel industry is definitely going under because there's a 55% tariff on them in America. And then they got a 25% tariff on them in the EU. So their manufacturing on steel is damn near going under. Textiles, clothing, those are going under because of 30% tariff, and they can go to less tariff places like Indonesia. So yeah, everything but the tech sector is being decimated right now in China.
The trade war? Well, guess what? The factories need Western consumers a lot more than Western consumers need those Chinese factories.
Well, first of all, I would say that China's economy is floating on the idea that they can continue to produce and export huge amounts of excess capacity, frankly, of manufactured goods and send them to overseas markets. The United States is the #1 consumer, the #1 importer. We are the dumping ground for Chinese goods. And so that is huge leverage. In fact, this is why they came to the negotiating table back in May the first time, is when we had very high tariffs on them. It's actually not our desire to do that. Our desire is to have a healthy, balanced trading.
Because when you put high tariffs on China, I'm be real with you, like I said, only the tech industry is safe. The rest of them are screwed. Like, bro, like I said, steel, textile, clothing, furniture, all that is screwed because there's other competition that suppliers or that importers could pay less for. And unless the suppliers are willing to cut their price by that 30%, they will lose their business. And a lot of them are cutting that 30%. They can't even afford to. They're just doing it to keep business, to keep the little bit of profits they got left. That's why a lot of their manufacturing is going under, because the only industry that has real protection in China is the tech industry from these tariffs. Everybody else gets decimated. And he really don't. And China, they don't give a damn. You know what they tell you. But that's just me giving you the real
relationship with China that's fair, but it's a rocky road getting to that. You know, we have a market. They have a government that's running the economy of their country. We have a free market, and for them, it's a government.
Now, this is something we have talked about when this trade war.
And that's the problem. I mean, when you got a government running the country, running their economy, they pick the winners and losers. And sometimes they pick sometimes they pick the winner and the winner end up a loser. I mean, how does that work out? But Yeah, but then when you have a free market, I mean, you kind of leave it up to the people. When you got a control like China does, only a few people win, and that's why you got like what 1.4 billion people there, but you got like 600 million people who can't even afford a cup of coffee. I mean, can you imagine that being the case in America? Like, bro, that's like saying, well, we got 350 million people, bro. That's like saying like 100 million people in America can't afford a cup of coffee. I mean, like, what the hell is going on then? But that's how it is in China. And here's the problem with China. China is like, they're like the worst when it comes to their technology as well. Like AI, China don't give a damn about their people. They will let AI replace their people and tell them, hey, tough shit, because they only care about the elites. Which is kind of funny how the Dems don't even see how they're low-key holding water for the corporate elites of China and in America. But we'll get back to that later.
Again back in April. But the person who's buying the goods has a lot more leverage than the person who's selling it. That's just true in most cases. But on top of this, China's situation is a lot more complicated because
And sassy man, if bro, that is one of the most uninformed geopolitical comments I've ever heard. That China doesn't have to sell to the U.S. We make up 30% of their exports. I just told you, like I said, if we go, half of their industry goes, and that's just their economy is done for. They need the tariffs to be low or non-existent. Really, they want the tariffs to be non-existent because their companies can't take the hit outside their tech. So if you just sit there and say they don't have to sell to the US, the biggest consumer market in the world that can't be replaced by not theirs, their consumer market can't take it. I just gave you the statistics as 500 million to 600 million came in for a cup of coffee. So they came in for their own products. And Lord knows they can't get any other country to buy more. So they depend on the US consumer market to stabilize their businesses and their economy. And if you don't know that, man, then I don't think you need to be having this conversation.
US consumers love buying stuff, and US is China's biggest trade partner. It's hard to replace American consumerism. Not many countries in the world can buy like Americans buy. And Chinese factories that are supplying these consumers in the US cannot just turn around and start selling this stuff to people in Asia or people in other continents. But US consumer, on the other hand, can buy this stuff from other countries. In fact, countries like Vietnam, India, and even Mexico are just waiting on a chance to become the factory for the United States. They have seen what that does to an economy with China's economy, and they want to be next. That's all to say that China is about to find out that China needs US a lot more than US needs China.
Facts.
And the airplane story is the perfect example.
Because like the thing is, we don't sell enough to China for us to need China. That's the reality of it. In China, not only do they need us to buy, but they need what we sell to them as well to continue their manufacturing empire. So they need us in every way, shape, and form. There's just no way around that. And the thing is, we could always replace them on selling our manufacturing equipment to somebody else, or manufacturing materials and chemicals to somebody else that could do it for us. But China, they can't replace us as a buyer. We stop being a buyer, they go under. That's the problem with China. Quite honestly, they need us more than we'll ever need them. But for some reason, the Dems will frame it in another way. I mean, like I said, though, these are people that don't even believe in the American people anymore.
Of this. Back in April, Xi Jinping put out this message to all Chinese airline companies saying, hey, we're in a trade war with US, so don't buy any Boeing planes. But the problem was a lot of Chinese airlines had put in an order for a Boeing plane and waited like 3 years. And when their order was ready, Xi Jinping was telling them, don't take in the order that you need to increase your revenue and increase your profit.
Which is crazy to say.
Boeing planes. But the problem was a lot of Chinese airlines had put in an order for a Boeing plane and waited like 3 years. And when their order was ready, Xi Jinping was telling them, don't take in the order that you need to increase your revenue and increase your profit. Which is not unreasonable, I guess, but the fact—
Yeah, but that's what he's trying to do with the rare earth minerals. He's like, don't take in the order that you need, or don't send out the order that you need to maintain profit. Send out a limited amount that's going to hurt you and hurt the United States at the same time. While, we just sit here and maniacally laugh in the back while all of you guys just sink your economies. I mean, hey, man, they just in the back there laughing. All right, though, let's get to the next video here.
China had a very sinister plan in motion to kill every single business in the USA, but it was spoiled last night. You see, over the last few weeks, while the CCP was negotiating a trade deal with the USA, they were secretly blackmailing other countries to stop exporting goods to the United States. We only know this because one of these countries actually shared the blackmail letters with the Trump administration.
Let's go.
Now, according to this letter, China wanted to kill
whoever that country was. You're a real one.
Every American business, and they wanted to do this on November 1st.
Yep, and let's be real, that's what it would have done. If they was able to control the rare earth minerals that came into the United States for our products, like I said, they'd limit supply of a lot of products, and that'd raise prices, literally skyrocketed them, and that would have killed almost, literally, it would have killed every American business. Like in terms of overhead costs or product costs, it was going to kill us. Luckily, these countries came up, snitched, and was like, yo, but here's the problem. The only reason these countries snitched is because controlling their exports would have kind of threw them under the bus as well. Honestly, it would have put them underwater. They wouldn't have been able to do it. So a lot of them snitched just because they're like, yo, do something about this, because if we follow China's orders, we're shooting ourselves in the foot.
2025. The terrifying question is, why China thinks they can even attempt something like this? Well, the answer lies in their insane monopoly on a critical sector that was once ruled by the US. You see, defense systems, semiconductor production, automotive manufacturing, and healthcare all can't function without rare earth elements. And surprisingly, despite the name, these elements aren't actually all that rare, but they can't be used directly. There's a secret to unlocking their power that China has cracked. You see, rare earth elements are a class of 17 metallic elements scattered across the Earth's crust. And unlike their name, they are more abundant than many other metals like gold, platinum, or even copper. In fact, unlike oil or natural gas, which require complex seismic studies and costly exploration to locate, rare earth deposits can often be identified more easily because they occur in a variety of rock types, soils, and sands. And what makes them different are their unique properties. You see, rare earth elements enable stronger magnetism, unique light-emitting properties, and high-temperature stability compared to common metals like iron, copper, or aluminum. They play a crucial role in modern technologies. Their applications, from powerful magnets in electric vehicles and wind turbines to phosphors in screens and catalysts in industrial processes, make them extremely difficult to replace. This is why rare earth elements are everywhere, in wind turbines, smartphones, microwaves, wireless networks, submarines, fighter jets, and even cars. But what makes China a superpower is the biggest application of REEs. You see, the biggest use of REEs is making powerful heat-resistant magnets, the kind essential for electric motors. These magnets can withstand extreme heat and constant vibration, which makes them perfect for vehicles. Even gas-powered cars need rare earths for pollution filters, exhaust sensors, electric motors, and even speakers. Hybrids need even more, and electric vehicles, they need the most. And you might have guessed who leads the electric vehicle mafia. That's right, it's China. With the sale of 4.27,
which is also was a reckless decision for Biden to have that EV mandate. Well, it wasn't really a mandate, but he was trying to push more electric vehicles into the market, and that would have only further put us in debt to China when it came to rare earth minerals, because now our cars need 3 times as more rare earth minerals than a gas car would. So that's, honestly, when you kind of put that into frame, is going EV safe for national security?
7 million electric vehicles, Chinese automaker BYD has officially overtaken Tesla, becoming the world's largest EV producer, breaking Tesla's years-long dominance in the industry. And it's not just BYD. Geely, NIO, XPeng, SAIC Motors, and Great Wall Motors are now serious global contenders, giving tough competition to American, Japanese, and European brands. Why? Because they offer better performance, efficiency, and lower prices, and the hidden advantage, rare earth elements. As of 2024, more than 60% of all electric vehicles sold worldwide are made in China, and REEs are the game changer behind this dominance. But not as much as you might think. The average EV uses about 1.5 kilograms of rare earth magnets per vehicle, which works out to roughly 7.5 grams per kilowatt of power. Some electric vehicles even use more, up to 4 kilograms of rare earth magnets, or as much as 15 grams per kilowatt. So on an estimate, a single car might only use 4 pounds of rare earths, worth about $50 to $200. But the problem isn't the quantity per car. The problem is, without rare earths, you simply can't make the car at all. This is where China wins the game of dominance. Even though REEs aren't rare, the reason other countries failed and China won is a simple recipe. REEs are abundant, but producing them from their deposits is not easy. Also, the process of separating and refining them is extremely complex. It requires highly specialized technology, expensive equipment, and toxic chemical processing, a combination that most countries abandon because of high costs and serious environmental risks. And that's exactly where China stepped in and took over.
I would just say, like, bro, one of the reasons why we can't compete with China in terms of production and sometimes AI is because we care too much about our people. I mean, it takes a certain amount of not giving a fuck about your people to do what China's done, especially when it comes to the production of rare earth mineral, because they truly gave a fuck about their people. Let's be real, they wouldn't be 90% of it because it'd be too much on their environment and it would hurt their people. They'd go like, look, America, you can take some of the pollution, you could take some of the environmental hurt. Maybe Europe can, but we can't do all 90% of it. If they truly cared about their people, that's what they would have done. But it shows you they don't care. I mean, the reason why they're making rapid advancements in AI is because they don't care about their people, and they don't care if AI takes all their jobs, and they don't care if their people ride out in the streets because they'll just dwindle down the numbers to a number of people that's willing to be controlled by AI. I mean, that's just China. They're just ruthless. I mean, this is a lot of the reasons why they get ahead of us is their ruthlessness and them not just giving a fuck about their people. I would say our government here tries to care about almost every citizen here in America. Well, as long as you're a legal citizen, but we try to care about every citizen here. We try to care about the environment here, but that just does not flow that way in China.
As always, China ignored environmental
concerns. I always ask people, do you really want us to be like China?
And it used its decades-old ability to scale production to massive levels. Today, this monopoly has reached insane levels. As of 2025, China controls more than 90% of the world's rare earth processing capacity, 69% of the world's rare earth ore production, 85% of the world's purified light REEs, and a staggering 100% of heavy REE refining. This means China doesn't just dominate the rare earth industry, it owns the entire value chain, from mine to motor. This gives it unmatched power over the global supply chain. China doesn't just sell these resources, it controls the levers that can stop entire industries overnight.
And you know what it sounds like? It honestly sounds like we might just have to low-key let China sink themselves or put the 100% tariff to sink themselves and then come back in and make them distribute or make them or break up their monopoly on rare earth mineral refinery. That might be the only way to low-key stop China's duplicitous ways in trade is to break up their monopoly on rare earth refinery. If not, then they're going to keep trying to act like this every single time.
And if you think more people need to understand that kind of power, well, hit like and subscribe. It helps push stories like this beyond the algorithm and past the silence. But before China took over, it was the United States that dominated the rare earth market for much of the second half of the 20th century. Sounds surprising, right? It all began in 1949, when explorers discovered rich deposits in Mountain Pass, California. By the 1960s...
Oh, guys, let's not forget to support the stream to keep it going. With just $2 and up, I'll answer any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's make sure to keep supporting the stream to keep it going. Appreciate the support. All right, guys, let's get right back into it.
The mine became the world's top source for rare earths, especially europium, which made color televisions possible. These rare earths also powered early medical scanners, lasers, fluorescent lights, and microchips, making Mountain Pass a strategic asset for the U.S. defense and tech industries. But while America mined, China observed. As early as the 1960s, Chinese executives visited Mountain Pass, quietly studying U.S. mining technology. Then, with cheap electricity and loose environmental laws, China began building its own rare earth infrastructure, not just mines, but refineries and research labs.
Here's the thing, it's not like we can't do it. It's just that we're going to have to do it better than China because we actually give a damn about the environment and our people. Thing is, China don't mind popping off this refinery with limited technology because they get what they want. They don't care about the environment. They don't care about giving cancer to their people who's around this environment. They don't give a damn. It's going to take a while for us because we got to do this in the most economically safe way, energy efficient, and we got to make sure we're not just causing people cancer in these areas. So most likely people will have to wear face masks just to work in these places, which is reasonable.
At first, the industry in China was chaotic. Hundreds of small, unregulated firms undercutting each other. But behind the scenes, Beijing had a strategy. By the 1980s, China was already outpacing the US in rare earth patents and research. In 1983, it filed its first REE patent. And in just 14 years, it surpassed the US, which had been working on them since the 1950s. From 1985 to 1995, China's rare earth mining production surged from just 8.5 thousand metric tons to roughly 48,000 metric tons, while its share of global mining output grew from 21.4% to 60.1%. Meanwhile, in the US, things started falling apart. In 1980, rare earths were mistakenly classified under the same regulations as thorium, a mildly radioactive element. That decision led to a regulatory nightmare. This meant mining and processing them suddenly became way more expensive, tons of paperwork and full of red tape, and too much trouble for many companies to bother.
You see, the EPA kind of screwed us on that one. Environmental Protection Agency kind of threw us under the bus, made it harder, gave fines out, all that good stuff, to the point where these rare earth or mineral refineries are just like, bro, F it. We'll just go to China where nobody gives a damn about their people. So I'm not blaming us for actually giving a damn about our people and the environment. But we got to understand, though, if we want to compete with China, we're going to have to stop. I mean, real with you, we're going to have to do this in our own special way to provide safety and security for the environment and people. But we're also going to have to stop giving a damn so much about the environment as well. Now, of course, we can't stop giving a damn about the safety of our people, but maybe the environment we could lax up on.
And if this wasn't enough, another disaster struck. The disaster from Mountain Pass. In 1997, after multiple radioactive waste spills contaminated the Mojave National Preserve, the mine's owner, Molycorp, faced legal action and shut down its processing plant just a year later in 1998. China saw this as a huge opportunity and made big moves. China ramped up production at Bayan Obo, a rare earth mine in Inner Mongolia that holds an estimated 40% of the world's known reserves. They flooded the global market with cheap rare earths, driving Western competitors, including Molycorp, completely out of business. Even German and Japanese refineries shut down their US plants and moved to China. But China wasn't just winning on price. It was acquiring technology, too. One of the biggest game changers was the Magna-Quench deal. Magna-Quench was a division of General Motors, created to manufacture neodymium magnets, the strongest permanent magnets in the world that are essential for electric motors. But in a stunning move, Magna-Quench was sold in 1988 to a group linked to former Chinese leader Deng Xiaoping's family. By 2000, the entire US facility was shut down and moved to China. Sounds like a victory for China, right? This dominance had an unseen, ugly side. China's rare earth monopoly didn't just attract global manufacturers, it also came at a massive human and environmental cost.
They don't care.
With unregulated mining, toxic waste, and widespread air and water pollution, rare earth production turned into a public health disaster. By the year 2000, China had 247 cancer villages, especially in mining regions.
Yep.
The cost of rare earth dominance was being paid in human lives. In response, Beijing started shifting gears.
And let's be real, why would the corporate elites care about that? They don't live near these mining operations. They don't live in these villages. They live in the city where they're protected, and there's no rare earth refining operation going on. And they just let the people sit there and die of cancer. I mean, can you imagine if we operated like that in America? Could you imagine? I mean, well, at least everything in America would be made for cheap, but I mean, at the risk of millions of people's lives. But hey, I mean, the Dems are okay with it, though, for some reason.
China began imposing production and export quotas.
I mean, it's kind of crazy how they're okay with having strict environmental laws in the U.S. that kind of limit our potential, but they want to cheerlead for China and act like they don't have these lax immigration laws. I mean, lax, and not immigration, but environmental laws that let them dominate these markets at the risk of low-key throwing their own people under the bus and leaving them to have, well, cancer. Painful cancer, by the way.
Not just to reduce pollution, but also to tighten control over global supply and push for higher value processing within the country. These quotas created a kind of two-tier pricing system. Rare earths sold within China were cheaper, while exports to the rest of the world became limited and expensive. But there was another unexpected consequence. The quotas sparked a booming smuggling industry. By the mid-2000s, analysts estimated that up to 30% of China's rare earth exports were illegal, smuggled out to meet soaring demand from Japan and the US. In fact, a 2012 Chinese media investigation compared the rare earth industry to drug trafficking, saying there are generally two types of people who can deal with rare earths: Someone who has just been released from prison and someone who can get someone out of prison. Those who are not afraid of death and high-level officials. They're all involved. Realizing the loopholes, China changed its strategy. Instead of controlling export volumes, China began deciding which companies could operate at all, tightening controls from inside the industry itself. China's authorities launched a campaign called 1+5. An ambitious and often ruthless plan to shrink the entire rare earth industry down to just 6 giant companies. Officials even referred to it as their secret war against illegal production. Starting in 2011, provincial authorities carried out surprise audits of mines, seizing illegal ore and byproducts, and, when necessary, blowing up and destroying illegal mining operations. Within just 4 years, China declared victory. Dozens of small mining and refining companies were shut down, and these surviving firms were merged into 6 massive, mostly state-owned corporations called the Big Six. Through the Big Six, Beijing could now control both the supply and the price of rare earths, cementing China's unmatched dominance in the global market. And the strategy worked perfectly. Companies around the world had no choice but to follow the supply, moving their manufacturing and partnerships to China just to survive. That is why Tesla didn't just go to China for cheap labor. It built its massive gigafactory in Shanghai, opened in 2020, because it needed unlimited access to neodymium and dysprosium, 2 critical rare earths used in EV motors. Tesla has since signed long-term supply contracts with Chinese firms, not just for magnets, but also for lithium, and they are not alone. Apple, GM, Volkswagen, Siemens, Hitachi, all have either moved manufacturing, formed partnerships, or kept critical supply lines in China because reliable access to rare earths is non-negotiable. This strategy also played out in Japan. China first became Japan's top supplier of purified REEs. Then, by restricting supply, it pushed Japanese magnet makers to shift production into China, giving Beijing access to the final pieces of advanced magnet technology.
So pretty much China's used this strategy before, and it's worked on other countries. It's worked, like, actually it worked back in the past with us. But now, like I said, it kind of doomed themselves by depending on our markets to buy their products. Now we're kind of on even playing ground a little bit. But yes, they have done this to other countries, and it's worked. And they've synced all these other countries' rare earth refineries just by doing so. I mean, hey, man, when you don't give a F about the environment or your people, I mean, shoot, you can dominate in business. I'll tell you that. Or at least manufacturing. I'm not sure if you want to be proud of that, but hey, man, all the Dems like to shake, who like to shake pom-poms for the China or the CCP. Hey, man, look what you're supporting. Don't ever call yourself humanitarian. Don't ever call yourself an environmentalist because you love China. Remember that.
As the government shutdown enters its 2nd week, looks like Trump is in no hurry to get it back open. What's he planning? Welcome to America Uncovered. I'm Chris Chappell. After Congress failed to pass its yearly appropriation bill, the U.S. government shut down at 12:01 a.m. on October 1st. One big disagreement was over health insurance subsidies tied to Obamacare. But the exact cause for the shutdown aren't really important to what I'm going to talk about. All you need to know is that the government couldn't agree on how to spend our money. So they had to shut down everything deemed non-essential. Around 750,000 government employees were sent home without pay. And the immediate result was chaos. Chaos at airports, chaos in our national parks, chaos on Wall Street. You know, I think we use the word chaos too much on this show. Every week it's government chaos this and government chaos that. We need a new word. How about pandemonium? It was coined by John Milton in Paradise Lost to mean the capital of hell, the pandemonium, or all demons. And well, if the shoe fits. Anyway, the shutdown has caused a lot of panic. But you know who's not panicking? Donald Trump. Republicans don't seem to be in a big hurry to negotiate with Democrats and get the government back open. In fact, Trump seems to be intentionally stirring up bad blood in order to keep those negotiations.
And Caleb, well, I mean, you must not watch MSNBC. You must not watch them during the trade war. You must not watch CNN during the trade war or any left-leaning media during the trade war when Trump first proposed the tariffs, because you wouldn't be saying that. So, no, I'm not misinformed or misreporting at all. You just don't know anything. I'm gonna be honest with you when it comes to that. You just don't know. So just because you don't know, don't mean somebody's misreporting. I think it's the height of arrogance when you think that somebody's misreporting because you don't know something.
It's from happening. Case in point.
Look, guys,
There's no way to sugarcoat it. Nobody likes Democrats anymore. We have no voters left because of all of our woke trans bullshit. And if we give all these illegal aliens free health care, we might be able to get them on our...
Then you have seen Americans support the CCP then. So what are you talking about? I mean, bro,
our side so they can vote for us. They
in
can't
time out
even
for a little
speak
bit.
English,
Think about your
so
answers.
They won't realize we're just a bunch of woke pieces of...
So why does Trump want the government to keep the government closed? To answer that, we can go back to a phrase that saw a lot of play during the Reagan administration. Personnel is policy. What this means is, in government, you have a small number of elected officials at the very top, the president, the House, the Senate. These people set the policy. But below them is a vast bureaucracy, literally millions of people, tasked with making those policies a reality. These people are not elected. You have no idea who most of them are. And if they don't like a policy coming from the top, they can make sure it never sees the light of day. They can basically slow walk a policy forever. More paperwork, more legal reviews, more delays in its rollout. I have seen hell, and it's a Zoom meeting that never ends. Even if a policy is approved, it can still be narrowly enforced or not enforced at all. Funding can be shifted around so the program doesn't have the resources it needs in order to function. Reports and statistics can be delayed or presented in a way that obscures important data, and leaks to the media can sow doubt in a program and turn the public against it. This is what's
like the Bureau of Labor Statistics
actually meant by the deep state.
Pretty good
It's
example.
not some shadowy cabal of adrenochrome slurping Illuminati vampires working behind the scenes. It's the big, boring bureaucracy right in front of your face. I actually did a whole episode on the deep state and how it came to be. Check it out if you haven't already. The thing is, the government shutdown just gave Trump the power to end a lot of that. He said on Truth Social that he can't believe Democrats gave him such an unprecedented opportunity. And he noted that he'd be meeting with Russ Vought of Project 2025 fame to discuss what needs to be cut. Yeah, Project 2025. You know, that thing candidate Trump said he knew nothing about.
I have nothing to do with Project 2025. That's out there. I haven't read it. I don't want to read it purposely. I'm not going to read it.
Remember when I promised I had nothing to do with Project 2025? I lied. But yes, Russ Vought did help write Project 2025. This section specifically. In it, he wrote that a president today assumes office to find a sprawling federal bureaucracy that all too often is carrying out its own policy plans and preferences, or worse yet, the policy plans and preferences of a radical, supposedly woke faction of the country. Other parts of the document repeat the claim that the federal bureaucracy has a mind of its own. Federal employees are often ideologically aligned, not with the majority of the American people, but with one another. And that business...
Yeah, so they might slow roll some of Trump's policies on purpose. Because they just don't like the man. It's due to the bureaucracy, due to all the bureaucrats within the federal government who operate, well, on their own discretion or initiative sometimes. Not all the time, but sometimes.
17 personnel rules provide the bureaucrats with their chief means of self-protection. What's more, knowledge of such rules is used to thwart the president's appointees and agenda. Therefore, in order to carry out the president's desires, political appointees must be given the tools, knowledge, and support to overcome the federal government's obstructionist human resources departments. More fundamentally, the new administration must fill its ranks with political appointees. In short, Trump wants to get rid of as many people as possible and replace them with people who won't get in the way of his agenda. He plans on firing a lot of people.
How many permanent jobs are you talking about?
If this keeps going on, it'll be substantial, and a lot of those jobs will never come back.
And that's where Russ Vought comes in. As director of the Office of Management and Budget, it's his job to tear this system out by the roots. That's why Trump referred to Vought as the Reaper. Needs more cowbell. The media is scared, though. PBS said cruelty was Vogt's erogenous zone. Oh, I get it. He's not the Reaper. He's a Cenobite. Oh, what sights he has to show you. But what will Vogt do exactly? How can the administration get rid of so many people and make room for Trump's loyalists? Well, first, you have to consider all the government employees who were furloughed. That means they were sent home without pay. Going weeks without a paycheck is hard, and this will cause many to just leave and find new jobs in the private sector. Now, normally, those workers who stay on would eventually get paid for all the days they missed once the government inevitably reopens. But even that's coming under question as Trump has threatened to withhold back pay for furloughed employees.
But for the most part, we're going to take care of our people. There are some people that really don't deserve to be taken care of, and we'll take care of them in a different way.
Ooh, ominous. Maybe he's the Cenobite here. But Trump and his team aren't joking when they talk about putting federal employees through hell. Vogt's Office of Management and Budget deleted references to the law guaranteeing back pay to federal workers in its documents. But starving out the bureaucracy in a war of attrition is only one part of it. The shutdown also makes it easier to fire people. Normally, government employees have a lot of protections around them. The MSPB, the OSC, FLRA, and government HR offices can launch complaints, hearings, and investigations to stall or overturn it.
You know, this is one of the reasons why I just can't feel bad for their position that the Dems left themselves in. Like, let's be real. If they're smart, then they knew that shutting the government down would leave them open to this. So it's really hard to feel bad for the Dems when they do stupid stuff like this, leave themselves vulnerable to the Trump administration and whatever they want to do that they can legally do now. So, I mean, thanks, Dems, for go ahead and giving that opportunity for Trump to pretty much drain the swamp.
Attempts to fire people.
Appreciate that.
But during a shutdown, those entities are furloughed too. The hearings stop. Complaints go unprocessed. And the employees themselves can't even say they have a workplace grievance since they're technically off duty. Vogt, meanwhile, might start changing the rules, since the people who normally review those changes either aren't around or don't have the capacity to challenge them. Meaning, he might just reclassify huge swaths of people as at-will employees, and hey, presto, you can fire them whenever you want. Ooh. The end result is a bureaucracy that's much smaller, much easier to manage, and more loyal to Trump and his policies. Sure, many will sue, but that could take months, and lawyers are expensive. And that goes back to the question, how long can you really go without getting paid? At that point, hundreds of thousands of government employees will have to contend with the only place scarier than the labyrinth, the private sector. Man, a lot of hell talk in this one. But hey, it's October, so par for the course, I guess. Still, YouTube isn't exactly fond of these sorts of topics, or really anything besides compilations of cat videos. But who needs YouTube? I have you, my audience, who I love and am personally friends with. I know that you're all successful, high IQ, conventionally attractive people who don't mind getting into the nitty-gritty of politics. And that's how I know you'll all head over to America Uncovered.
Yeah, man, like I said, you can't feel sorry for people who put themselves in a bad position. I mean, they could have kept the government open, still got their Obamacare healthcare subsidies without pretty much having their bureaucracy just toyed with like this. And like I said, everything that Trump was able to do during this shutdown, all legal. And you're right, they could sue, but hey, it's going to take a while. They might not win that case, and everything still stands. So way to go, Dems. Way to go for giving it to Trump. I mean, we thought you hated the man. I thought he was Hitler, fascist. I mean, you put so much danger around him, and then yet y'all willing to leave yourselves in his clutches? Y'all leave yourselves vulnerable to him? He can't be that bad of a guy. He just can't. Oh, well then, I'll see you, Caleb. Don't try that mess around here, dog. I mean, just because you got roasted in the chat because you were wrong by trying to say you haven't seen a no American support the CCP, and then you said, oh, but I did see people on the news pretty much champion China, then you've seen Americans support the CCP. That's why I put you in timeout. Like, that's the whole reason, because you keep trying to come in here like you know something, but you don't. And then when you get proven wrong, you try to double down or you try to hide behind Jesus. It's like, bro, you're one of the most pathetic people I've ever seen in my chat. So, yeah, bye. Man. Shoot, hopefully your wife find a realer man. The one that sniffles on the couch next to her. Pathetic.
They got nuclear weapons. Israel, Russia, China, they got nuclear weapons. Everybody who's obsessed with this fight, where does this lead?
This is why I'm so anti-war, because people don't understand that nuclear warfare is not good for anybody. And I do think that we need to get out the Middle East and focus on China. I do think that China's the real threat, honestly.
China is the big gorilla. Let's talk about Israel, big picture.
Sure.
Obviously, Israel's been controlling our foreign Middle Eastern policy, but now the Democrats are in so much trouble. I have seen the Democrats falling apart. So Israel and the Kudniks are making a move on the Trump administration. And I knew behind the scenes people in the meetings that Trump's screaming at Netanyahu. They big fights.
That too.
But at the same time, I don't think.
I mean, Chad, I try to be nice, bro. I just took him out there. I said, bro, just take 600 seconds to go ahead and think about what you're saying here, because you were extremely wrong and you look stupid. Let me give you 600 seconds. Come in here, try and say, oh, you should switch to this different stream in my chat, and thought nothing was gonna happen. I mean, the audacity of some of these guys, the arrogance of some of them as well, to try to come in my chat with no proof, no nothing, and sit there and say, oh, you're wrong because I said so, or because I didn't see it myself. I'm like, then stop doing surface level research and go look for it yourself. And stop sniffling up next to your wife, which you've been bragging about in the chat like a complete pussy. All right, back to it.
Israel's the only piece
I
on the
ain't never
board.
seen
But
such
the
pussy
way
activities
Netanyahu's
in the
been
chat.
behaving, the October 7th stand down, now this supposed deal. He said once the war is over, they'll
I know.
investigate it. And now we've got 200
could be an
troops to
ass.
monitor Gaza ceasefire. I'm really concerned that these troops are going to get sent over there, even their advisory capacity. They get killed, and then it's blamed on Iran or something in Hezbollah. I'm very concerned because even the EU said, NATO, oh, we're going to put advisor troops in.
But all right, guys. All right. Time for chat set to go back in chill mode. My bad.
To Ukraine, and then if Russia kills them, we go to full war with them. I'm really concerned about this. So speak to that. And then in general, there's a mania about Israel because it's the last taboo people aren't supposed to cover. And Israel's been used to bully people and shut people up and all of it. So I get it. It's healthy to have free speech. But at the same time, I get accused of working for Israel with no evidence because I don't just focus on Israel only. I'll cover communist China and the South China Sea taking stuff over. Or I'll cover Mexican drug cartels. See the comments. Why are you covering up for this? It's this one track mind. And so as this obsession intensifies, but then we go where the news leads us, why do you think it's come to this head, and where do you think it's going?
Yeah, well, I think with when it comes to us being able to talk about Israel and Zionism or Jewish power, any of these things, it's been a topic that's been taboo for so long. So like people are like finally able to talk about it, and they're going kind of nuts, right? I was like, yeah, so finally we can talk about it. So you get the people that are refined or able to articulate the problems at hand, whether it's our foreign policy being controlled by Israel or the Jewish lobby that runs America, whatever it may be. Then you get the crazies out there that is just like everything is the Jews, right? And it's like we have to be able to take an approach where we can identify the problems and not just be able to identify the problems.
And the people who be trying to say, oh, it's all the Jews this, the Jews that, it's like, dog, we can't play the blame a Jew game every time something bad happens. I mean, one, is most likely not right, and two, let's be real, it is a bit racist, or as they like to say, anti-Semitic. Like, hey, look, if you're calling out the facts and it just happened to be a Jewish person, okay, cool. But when you try to link every atrocity that goes down to Jewish people, yeah, that becomes a problem.
Be able to do it accurately so that our credibility stays intact. Now, when it comes to, what we got going on with these 200 troops, that does concern me because, when it comes to American troops in the Middle East, I'm always concerned. And, let's be very clear here. I will not put anything past the Israelis when it comes to false flags. People forget that, during the Bush administration.
I mean, Terry, you're judging masculinity off of what somebody watches? I mean, bro, can you do 10 push-ups? You got your own crib, job, do you take care of your family? That's what being a real man is about, not about what somebody watches. So if you're over here basing masculinity off of what somebody watches, then you are probably the most pathetic man to ever be on this earth. I mean, dog, I can only imagine how pathetic you are if you're basing masculinity off of what somebody watches. Like, bruh. But hey, man, I'll see you. I'll help you get up out of here, though. Don't worry. Hey, I'm a nice guy. If you want to get up out of here, I'll help you do it for good.
towards the end of it. I know you probably know about this, Alex, but for your audience here, for their purposes of them just knowing, the Israelis had tried to do a false flag with the Iranians before, posing as CIA operatives by getting militants from the Jundullah terrorist organization, Baloks basically, to make an attack in Tehran. And this happened at the end of the Bush administration, and he basically didn't have the balls to do anything and, reel the Israelis in. And they literally had Mossad agents posing as CIA operatives, funding these Jundullah guys to do an attack in Tehran, Iran, which could have created enormous geopolitical ramifications for us with foreign policy.
And we have the Lavon affair.
Exactly.
We have the USS Liberty. So Israel's a thoroughbred at staging stuff to get us into a war.
They're good
so
at it.
you gotta be concerned about this.
Hell, even with 9/11, yeah. So I'm concerned with American troops being in the region because you're right. They can easily, and another thing people need to understand when it comes to, Israelis is there's a lot of Arab Israelis. There's a lot of Muslim Israelis. There's a lot of Israelis that are white, that are.
I mean, that's why the Mossad is so smooth with their operation. Because, I mean, bro, they can be 5 different ethnicities. And dudes, like, I'm gonna be real with you, espionage in they can do espionage in every country in the Middle East, and most definitely in almost every European or white country. They can do their espionage and get it off. Like, the Mossad they're a pretty formidable intelligence agency. Really, probably one of the best ones ever. I mean, especially what they did with Hezbollah and the pagers. So yeah, that's what makes them so damn formidable, because, I mean, let's be honest, they could be anybody. I mean, in America, well, our CIA agents could only do so much, and let's be real. I mean, we are the melting pot of the world, but I mean, shoot, we're not like how they do it in Israel, where, I mean, you look, an Israeli could be an Arab, they can be, shoot, I mean, what did he say? I think he said even an Indian. He said, like, bro, apparently, bro, the Jewish religion is practiced by all, and I mean all races, so they can all sign up for the Mossad just to, well, I would say just to pursue their religious ideology, or just to serve Israel, because, I mean, hey, they're Jewish, so hey, maybe that just goes with it. It's a bit confusing, but hey, here we are.
Black, they can fill in so many different roles.
Well, Israel has special brigades that are Arab.
Yes, absolutely. That speak fluent Arabic, that are literally from, because people need to understand that there's Sephardic Jews who are Hispanic, there's Mizrahi Jews who are Arabs, there's Ashkenazi Jews who
Hispanic. I mean, Sephardic Jews. I didn't even know Jews came Hispanic. Like, yeah, they can get it anywhere. They could, bro. Mossad might even be in Mexico.
Look white. There's Ethiopian Jews, the Somalian Jews, like they're from all over the place, right? So the reality is that when it comes to the Mossad, they can do these false flags and make it look like it came from a Hezbollah or from an IRGC or whatever. And by
way of deception.
Yeah, but that's literally their phrase with the Mossad is by.
Yeah, and that's what they're trying to do with the U.S. Liberty in 1933. Is pretty much what they was trying to sink that ship. And then I forgot who they were going to blame it on, some Muslim country, to try to get America involved, because Israel was at their wit's end and they thought they were about to lose the war. So their plan was to false flag America right into it. And it almost worked.
With deception, we will create war or rise up and kill them first. So they will do anything that they need to do. And I don't like Americans being in the region. I'm very worried.
100%. So, but Netanyahu, I mean, Michael Savage on, who's dialed into like top Israelis. He's pro-Israel, and he says Netanyahu's got to go. They have the lowest poll numbers in Gallup. Israel's the most unpopular country in the world. Yeah. My issue is I don't want to blow up Israel. I don't want to do all this. I'm not. But does everybody think about, as the whole world turns against Israel, how does that unfold? What does Israel do with nuclear weapons? Like, let's think about where this goes with this craze to get Israel, which gives Netanyahu more messianic power. He's getting all charged up. There's got to be a way to de-escalate this.
And people need to also understand that, like, you guys think Netanyahu's bad. The people behind him in the Likud party are even worse. He's the moderate, right? He's the moderate.
Yeah, he's the moderate that brings them together, but he does supplicate to the more extreme of his party, of the Likud party, the guys who want to ethnically cleanse Gaza, the guys who sit there and say that the Palestinians is an invention, they're made up and all that wild stuff. And they also say that it's okay to ethnically cleanse them off their land. So the more radical and out there of, Bibi's party. And if you look it up, I mean, no, they have speeches saying this. They don't care. I mean, they're outright with it, and they do not care how they come off about it. Bibi, not so much, because he know most Americans ain't going to get down with that. But that's why, we don't got Ben Levere or Smotrich over here, speaking to the American people, because they don't know how to control themselves and their bloodthirst and their hatred for the Palestinians. They have no control over themselves when it comes to that.
When you look at people,
it's like they say, get rid of Putin, you'll get somebody 10 times.
It's going to be worse. So, and obviously Netanyahu also is dealing with a criminal investigation right now for corruption and, bribery and everything else. So he's obviously wants to hold on to power, and, he knows extending the war out will allow him to do that. I do see a war with Iran as being imminent. There were some rumors about like, oh yeah, he called Putin and said, I don't want a war with Iran, but I don't believe that. I think that a war with Iran is going to happen before the end of this year or early next year. I think that's going to be the next step after this whole
Well, that's
Hamas
the official
thing.
Israeli policy.
With the
try to get Iran war.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. They've been trying to do it forever. And it benefits them, right? Because they know that Iran is the last, is basically the last thing that's blocking them from complete hegemony.
I mean, Andrew, look up the Balfour Declaration. They mentioned Palestine in that as well. I mean, Palestine was mentioned way before Yasser Arafat was even in existence. I mean, so you're wrong about that one. It's not really an invention. It's not an invention whatsoever. It's actually a group of people. But I mean, y'all want to call it an invention to justify, trying to take in their land and all that good stuff, or forcing these people out of their land. So, hey, bro, whatever you got to do to make yourself go to sleep at night, whatever you got to say.
In the Middle East.
So I'm going to ask you again, you're a smart guy.
I don't think
as this clash with Israel intensifies, where does that
the
lead?
Balfour Declaration was in which stated a place of Palestine, a territory of Palestine. I mean, before the Jews came, yes, the Balfour Declaration in 1913, yes, stated that Palestine was a place and the Palestinian people were a people. So you might want to check your history on that one.
I'm asking everybody, okay, whole world turns against Israel. Okay, you can't reform Israel. Okay, they got nuclear weapons, Samson option. Do people it's like, even if you hate Russia, which I don't hate Russia, they got their own problems, but the NATO started it. But now they want to keep pushing it. Trump's going to try to give them cruise missiles. So even if you hate Russia, we go to nuclear war. It's like, same with Israel. It's like China. I don't like Xi Jinping, the communist, but at a certain point, you can't appease them. At a certain point, you won't start a fight with them. My point is, Israel, Russia, China, they got nuclear weapons. So everybody who's obsessed with this fight, where does this lead?
Yeah, and this is why I'm so anti-war, because people don't understand that nuclear warfare is not good for anybody. And I do think that we need to get out the Middle East and focus on China. I do think that China's a way bigger I think China's the real threat, honestly.
And when I say that, which is they literally froze all the rare earth minerals. They have 98% control.
Dude.
And Trump's right, everything's made with that. China's been positioned to dominate. And every time I say, hey guys, let's spend 50% on Israel. Okay, fine. A little bit on China. Shut up, you work for the Jews. No, China is the big gorilla.
Yeah, it is. And this is why I've been obviously I cover Israel quite a bit, Middle Eastern foreign policy, etc. But I think that
I do too, but there's this thing where it sucks oxygen out of the room.
Yeah, people get obsessed. And the reality is we need to focus on China. The reason why I'm so anti-war, we need to get the hell out the Middle East and stop these wars.
China needs to be the main focus right now, because the way they're trying to hold hostage with the world with their rare earth mineral refinery, that got to be stopped. The monopoly must be broken up, and then we can move on to other things. But China, their monopoly must be broken up. We need to break up the global monopoly that China has on rare earth mineral refinery.
Just get ready for China.
We need to focus on China. Yeah, absolutely, man. They are. I mean, if you compare
all the war games with AI, show China's the issue.
Dude, not just that. Look at when they had their parade, right, versus our parade. They're marching in cadence. They're showing off all their weapons or whatever. What do we got? Fat women, a bunch of fat dudes walking around. They can't even walk in cadence. It's we need to.
And our enemies see that.
Yes. And
what pissed me off too is I know this was set Pete Hegseth off, and why he made that announcement to the U.S. military top brass was because he seen America's military march and then he see China's, and he was like, yeah, the fact that China's looking better than us right now is a huge problem, so we need to set some things straight. And I'm glad Hegseth did it, so shout out to him for that one. Y'all gonna respect Hegseth pimping on that note, because I mean it needed to be done.
And look, there's definitely a Jewish problem. There's definitely an Israeli problem here in America. I get it with the lobbying and the wars in the Middle East, but we need to handle this so that we can focus on the real problem, which is, I think, China. That's the biggest threat.
Well, that's my point to people is people politically kind of woke up. I was making films about the Liberty 20 years ago and having the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff on exposing it. No one can do more interviews than me on Liberty because they're all dead.
Yeah.
My point is
covered 9/11. You were talking about the
all of it. My point is there's big stuff to deal with. There's also this thing, and I get most Muslims aren't radical, but the leadership is. It wants to be expansionist. The CIA, Mossad's funding it for this class civilizations. But people have to understand that, look how they just turned over Syria to Al Qaeda. My point is there's a lot of other big issues.
Jolani. That's crazy that Ahmed al-Shar is the president of Syria. Like, this guy was literally an al-Qaeda.
I mean, they was denying that for the longest. Israel attacks the USS Liberty. They was denying that for a while now.
For, decades, and he's shaking hands.
And I'm going to be real, though. I mean, I always did say it does seem like adding Israel over there in the Middle East created nothing but problems. Like, they could have went to Madagascar. They could have went to Argentina. But for some reason, the Zionists chose Israel because it'd have been easier to sell. But I'm gonna be quite honest with you, it was like the worst decision because I'm gonna be real with you, we knew, like, somebody in our top leadership knew that was going to cause problems down the line, but just ignored it.
Trump and Marco Rubio. Nuts, man.
Well, I'll tell you what I don't like about it, Netanyahu, because he gets called the carpet by Trump and others. He doesn't think about any of the secondary effects of what he's doing. It's all about him, not even Israel. He doesn't even want to hear about we got to pivot from Russia to China. It's all about keeping us in the Middle East for Israel.
No way. USA to Israel in 4 charts. Let's see. Israel is the largest cumulative recipient of U.S. aid since 1946. Total aid from fiscal year 1946 to 2024. Jesus. What? All right, I've been knew we gave a decent amount to Egypt, Afghanistan. I mean, South Vietnam is crazy. Iraq makes sense. Ukraine, I mean, it's been doubling. I'm pretty sure it doubled since 2024. But Israel, and we're economic support, and then of course military support. I would do say people love to count our economic support. That's that $3 billion we love to talk about. But to be quite honest with you, the real support is our military support for them. Like our dollar support, it's all right. But our military support is what overweighs it and went skyrocketed it past that $300 billion from 1946 to 2024. It's the military support of Israel that costs us the most. Not really economically, but hey, I mean, when you're damn near doubling everybody's support just off the military support, then maybe we should dial back on it just a bit. And no, that shouldn't be an anti-Semitic comment, but some people will see it that way.
Crazy. Israel, you got nuclear weapons. You make way more money than we do on average. We're in debt. You're not. So stop.
They got healthcare for their people. Like they got
they got nuclear weapons, healthcare. I mean, only $400 billion in debt. I mean, I wish we kind of had that little scenario that Israel has. I wish, which is why maybe, we should stop funding them so much and let them produce for themselves. And I don't know, maybe put them under a nuclear energy treaty as well, since they're one of the only countries that don't abide by one, but that has nuclear that has nuclear weapons. I mean, it is a bit wild. I mean, the unfair advantage we give this country.
Issue with Israel is we need to be worried about China.
Yeah.
We do not need to be worried about Israel. You can take care of yourself.
And yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, that's why I'm so against giving them.
But that's what it is with the Jews on average. They're all bullied by Netanyahu in the lobby. The ADL's the left, Likud to the right, but it's all Apex the right. It's all like they just, it's one track mind. And I'm just like, guys, you've already beaten all your enemies. What are you doing?
They want complete dominance. And the other
thing
too,
that's the problem. It's like, they beaten all their enemies to the point where nobody want to mess with Israel, but Israel wants to mess with them and they want to take their land. Like, that's just the fact of the matter. And I mean, you could almost sit here and say that October 7th was orchestrated so Israel has a reason to take Gaza. I mean, as soon as they popped off of Gaza, they already started doing things in the West Bank. And there isn't no Hamas in the West Bank, but they're still over there annexing. Pretty much trying to annex the West Bank and take it over. So, yeah, it does seem like there's been a long strategy of trying to get honestly, Israel to go into war with Gaza. I mean, from Bibi Netanyahu sponsoring the payments of Hamas through Qatar, it's kind of been a long time coming. I mean, what did you guys expect when you support the most radicalized group of Palestinians? And this is Bibi doing it. Bibi gave the money to Qatar to do it. And Qatar got they got their handwriting. He got his handwriting on it. Because the Qatarians knew that Bibi was going to lie about it down the line. So they got him to sign off on the support that he gave to the Qatarians, or money that he gave to the Qatarians, to go ahead and give to Hamas. I mean, like I said, you can damn near say that he has some responsibility in October 7th.
That pisses me off is like they bombed Qatar like a month ago. Like, we have a military base there.
We have
like
3.
Like the biggest.
But that's the thing. I always hear I'm getting Qatari money. I know that's our ally.
Yeah, that's our ally.
They defended Israel, and they just Netanyahu. Oh, maybe Qatar says I killed Kirk. No proof. So what is that? Israel's jealous.
Bro, and that's what I'm saying. That's what's so ugly about it. Because like Qatar, they probably been the most well-behaved Muslim country. I mean, we got an air base there. Qatar ain't bombed nobody. They ain't try to go to war with nobody. If anything, they're the whole reason we're able to talk to our more adversarial Muslim nations. Like, they're the reason we're able to talk to Hamas. They're the reason we're able to talk to Qatar. Not Qatar, but I mean, Iran. They're the reason. They've been the coolest one in the Middle East, and they get bombed. And then here's the thing. Everybody will try to run this propaganda on Qatar, which is, let's be real, they do have money in the United States. But at least they're registered under FARA, and you can track it. I mean, you can't even do that with AIPAC, so at least they're playing by the rules under that. So, I mean, anybody want to bring up Qatari money? I mean, bro, can we talk about AIPAC too then in the same breath? With the same amount of outrage?
Of Qatar actually being the most important ally in the Middle East.
I would. You can make that argument because we have a huge base there. We did a huge deal with them financially, right? That there's a reason why Trump went to the Gulf first, and now he's only visiting the Knesset, what, Monday? Took him how long to finally go?
Yeah, so it's jealousy by Netanyahu. My point is, I know everybody, folks, this Qatari thing is made up. They defended Israel with their missiles.
Yeah,
they did. And then how do they get treated for
Jordan does, Qatar does. When Iran was shooting all these missiles over, the Qataris shot a lot of it down. And so did the Jordanians as well. You know,
so why would Netanyahu run them down?
Exactly.
I guess
but they don't tell you that part of how, honest, like I said, the Qataris even play nice with Israel. Qataris play nice with the United States. They play nice with Israel. They help Israel shoot some of the rockets down that was being shot by Iran. And this is how y'all do. This how y'all do them. These are how y'all do to the Qatari homies, man. Come on now. They deserve better than this. And I know it's like, say, you're speaking up for the Muslim. Yes, I'm speaking up for the Muslim to actually play nice with us. We can't sit there and treat all of them like they're evil.
Maybe his guy said, hey, we can get these Hamas guys. We got them. We know where they're going to be. We're going to do it. And he said, you know what? Fuck it. Let's do it. And they went ahead and they bombed them. And
no, I know. But this trope that anybody that doesn't agree with everything Netanyahu says works for Qatar. I ain't seen no check. Never been contacted by him. My point is, we got 3 major bases, our biggest Air Force bases there.
Yeah.
And then they're literally Netanyahu's.
Because as I talk about Qatar, you know, you need to go ahead and add the lion, right? You got to add the lion, guys, because that's what Muslim people like to buy, people who, you know, speak good of them. So I got my lion. What's good, bro? Given to me by the Qataris. Now, bombing Doha was stupid as hell. Why? Because 1, they didn't complete the mission. 2, they bombed an ally. And 1, Bibi had to apologize in front of the world. Well, 3, Bibi had to apologize in front of the world. It just wasn't a good idea, especially people who promote diplomacy with our adversarial nations. So the fact that they bombed Qatar, which means they're pretty much saying F diplomacy with other Arab nations. I mean, it kind of shows the soured relationship, the fact that we have to have negotiations in Egypt now. And who's to say they're not going to bomb Egypt next? Who's to say that, man? Bro, lying. Ain't that right? Now, look, I know the Qataris gave me money to, you know, have you up here, but bro, you got to be real. It was wrong. It was wrong. Like, I just don't get you guys. I just don't get y'all. But I'm gonna go ahead and put my Qatari money line back. Shout out to Qataris. I do appreciate y'all. Shout out to them. And we can get back to the show because that was completely ridiculous.
Blaming them for saying he killed Charlie Kirk with no evidence. I'm just like, dude, you're attacking your ally.
Yeah.
Like, what the hell is that?
He just doesn't give a fuck, man.
Why did they pick Qatar to make them the devil?
The thing with Netanyahu is he will blame everyone
with no excuse of it. It's like, dog, they've helped us out pretty much. They helped us reach diplomacy more than Israel. More than Israel. And the fact that we're bombing them and then we want to fearmonger on Muslims is just outrageous. It's like, that's all y'all got is just a fearmonger on Muslims to get us to bomb our allies? Like, that's it. Even though they've been helping us out more than Israel's been helping to achieve peace. So let's just keep it real, guys. And then they protected Israel. They protected Israel and Israel comes back and bombed them. Like, come on, guys. Y'all got to have a little bit more y'all got to have a little bit more sense than that. I get the pro-Israel guys are going to send for Israel no matter what. But hopefully the guys who are more sensible is like, all right, said, I get it. Like, that's just unreasonable. Like, at that point, we got to admit, Israel is not trying to achieve peace.
He will do what he needs to do, right, to control power, to push the narrative, and then they just acquired TikTok too. So it's like, you know, we're going to see even more.
It's like the head of Meta censorship goes, yeah, the Jews have taken over the internet, and if you say we took it over, we're going to censor you. Did you see that clip?
Well, yeah, Jordana Cutler runs Meta.
Yeah, she
Like,
said that,
yeah.
and then he's like, we just took over TikTok with Larry Ellison, and now we're.
I mean, a person who pretty much donates heavily to the IDF in Israel is allowed to take over our social media companies, banned any criticism of the IDF of Israel, and they're doing this right now on TikTok. And you guys are complaining about Muslims? Bro, you can say whatever you want about Muslims. You can say whatever you want about the Prophet Muhammad. Say the same thing about Judaism. Say the same thing about AIPAC. Say the same thing about Bibi, and watch how long you stay on TikTok or Meta. Please. And then you're bitching about Muslims? They're not the ones trying to censor you right now, though. Am I wrong? Of course I'm not. So let's go ahead and be real here. And then we're also crying about what? 1% of the US population? That's just been highlighted on, right? Because of what? Because of what? This anti-Muslim rhetoric that everybody's picking up for Lauren Loomer? Like, come on now. Half y'all don't even really know the real religion of Islam and don't even really know that it's not Islam. It's their culture. It's the culture of Pakistan to practice this way of Islam. It's the culture of Saudi Arabia. Different Muslim cultures practice a religion differently. I thought y'all would know that because y'all see that happen in Christianity. But hey, though, y'all want to act like y'all the special fruit out here. I want to act like y'all the special beings out here, but then claim that y'all not a narcissist. All right, my bad. I'm done.
We're gonna bully Elon Musk.
Yep.
And I'm just like, dude, he's literally trying to stir stuff up.
Yeah, and not only that, like, if you look at YouTube for a very long time, who ran YouTube, Susan Wojcicki, she also is a Polish Zionist Jew. She passed away.
Just a shot, yeah.
Yeah, and you know what's funny? I was reading an article about,
Her son was a big listener of mine.
Really?
He still is, yeah.
Oh, I did not know.
We're sorry for your mom. You should come on, son.
I will say this. She, I was reading.
No, she said I had to take Alex Jones off. My son's a big fan.
Yeah, she did say that she had to take you off, and then another thing she said was, I go after people like Alex Jones and people that talk about anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. I was reading an article before she passed, and she said.
And see, that's my issue. I've been on it 31 years. I've always exposed Israel when it's bad. It's just not the only thing doing bad things.
Yeah.
And then
she said in her article that like she went after people that are anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, and she had mentioned your name.
God damn it, do I have to dispel all this like Justin? My Lord Jesus wasn't a pedo. I mean, oh yeah, no, thank God. Thank God. I mean, cool. But guess what? I mean, what was the practice of marriage back in that time? All cultures, even Christians, were marrying women around that age. So you guys are bringing that up. It really doesn't make any sense, because that was a common practice. And thank God. Thank the Lord. Thank the Lord we've evolved past that. But back in Jesus' day, that was common practice. And just because, well, I mean, Jesus ain't really according to the Bible, Jesus didn't get married or have any kids. And how old was Mary at that time too? Like, so do we really want to get into that if Jesus did want to go on and take that leap? But yeah, back in the time, everybody was marrying little girls, apparently. Everybody, no matter what culture. So if you want to have that same judgment, please have that same judgment of Christians back in the day or the Jews back in the day who's doing the same thing.
I know. Believe me, I know.
But my bad, Castro. You're right. You're right. I need to direct that at the right ones, because not all Christians in America have this random hatred for Muslims of a religion they don't understand. So you're right. My bad. Not all Christians have that I'm holier than thou in every religion mentality. So I do apologize for that comment. I am sorry.
See, that's why they don't like me, because I don't hate Jews in general. I'll oppose any corrupt power structure.
Yeah.
And that's, I don't think I know, it's been caught before. They're funding a lot of the crazy stuff with made-up stuff about Israel discredit. That's what they're doing.
Who's funding?
The Southern Poverty Law Center, ADL.
Oh, yeah, fuck that. Oh, my God, man. Yeah, that's.
You understand that? They create like crazy stuff. Like.
Oh, yeah, no. And the thing is like these.
Like, man, no, don't create excuses for it. Don't say why everybody married young back then. Just say that, yeah, Seth, you're right. It is pretty effed up to sit here and try to talk about a prophet who married a young girl when that's what everybody was doing back in that day. I'm just come on and be real about it. Just say, it is unreasonable to sit there and have that judgment when, let's be real, even Christians back in American history was marrying girls at young ages. So who are we to judge? I mean, we were only doing it maybe like 200-300 years ago. So come on now. And I ain't saying that it was right because we were doing it. I'm just saying, I want to bastardize Muhammad. Well, where's that same judgment for us? I'm just saying.
guys, like they write hit pieces on people like me, you,
I really
Nick,
need to go back and
whatever,
look up
right? Get us banned off
bro.
everything. Media Matters, ADL. It's like there's like a whole censorship regime in America where it's like they write a hit piece, they lobby to these social media companies. Did you know that this guy's on your social media platform making money? And then they like censor you.
Oh, that's the former MSNBC head censor that has the Onion that's trying to take over InfoWars. He was the Brian Stelter of MSNBC. They're literally trying to take us over right now. But that's
y'all could disagree with like Islam. I mean, y'all disagree on Jesus, if he was a Messiah or the Son of God, or if he was just the Messiah, or he was just a messenger of God. I mean, that's cool to disagree with. But when y'all try to sit there and bastardize another religion and call it evil and all that good stuff without even reading it, without reading into it or nothing, you're just going off of clips you see on X or your favorite like anti-Islamist, like, well, what was it, pundit, like PBD, Laura Loomer, and the rest of them. I mean, let's be real, it's really hard to respect y'all opinion on Islam because you haven't read it. And then you take it out of context, just like how the people who hate Christianity takes passages out the Bible out of context. You're practicing the same tactics of the people that you hate.
my frustration. It's not that it hurts me to guys, you know, sitting there doing all this, attacking me. It's like literally I'm under the ADL constant attack for decades. I'm just trying to be fair here. And it's this thing of saying, oh, you work for Israel because I don't wear a Hugo Boss uniform, because I don't like Hitler.
Well, I'll tell you this, man. You were one of the first guys talking about the Israelis being involved with 9/11. You know, people got to pay their homage, man, and show some respect.
Well, they always show the old clip and go, where's this Alex? Well, you ain't tuned in. That's my thing, is they go, oh, look, he said this the day after 9/11. Where is he now? I said it 10,000 times since then. I don't have to prove myself these kids in their basements. And I'm not mad they're kids in their basements. They just need to stop with this claiming people that are telling the truth that are on their side of their enemy just because it makes them feel holier than that. You see what I'm saying?
And you bring guys like me on, you bring guys like Nick on, etc. Like, you wouldn't bring us on if that was the case, if you were like a...
Trust me, most of y'all haven't read the Quran. You've just watched how different cultures carry out Islam. And even Alex Jones sat there and said, yo, yeah, majority of Muslims aren't radicals. But for some reason, well, that's what the media highlights for you guys. And I know I'm be real with you, I am taking a very opposition position to the guys in my camp, like, which is MAGA. But I'm going to stand on business every time. I'm not going to let y'all sit there and honestly bastardize a religion that you don't know about. I wouldn't let y'all do it to Christians. I sure ain't let y'all do it to Muslims. Seeing that y'all are basically on the same side when it comes to, you know, Jesus coming back and saving the day. So I don't know. It just don't seem right. And like I said, y'all don't really know Islam enough to make those claims on it being satanic, about being a death cult. Y'all don't know enough about it. I'll be real. I mean, hey, maybe y'all should learn a little bit about it, even though it's a bit of a knee-jerk reaction. I mean, you could always listen to the Quran and see for yourself. I'm just saying, since you have such a crazy position on it, I would hope that you'd be able to tell me where all these things are in the Quran, but you can't, because you got it from somebody else. And like I said, this ain't me telling you to be a Muslim. No, I'm just telling you to respect other religions and don't fall for the propaganda that they make you, that they pushing towards you to hate other religions or to hate Islam, because they use the same propaganda or same fear tactic of Muslims to push us past, well, really to push us into war in the early 2000s. They use the same fear propaganda, same one. Actually, they use it all the time, every time they want to get into a conflict with the Middle East, every time, and people still fall for it.
Show for Israel, as they claim. Like, you bringing people on like us to talk about this shit openly without, like, you know.
I know, but here's my thing. We don't have to prove to these kids that we're truthful. They just do that, and they need to become men and not do that.
Yeah.
Here's an example. We have breaks at the end of the hour, middle of the hour. They always take a clip, we go to break, and say, Alex is censoring. No, the break's been the same for 27 years. At 28 after, we go to break for 4 minutes.
Yeah.
When we go to break, they're going to take a clip and say, I censored you.
Of course, no.
I mean, this is mental illness, guys.
Right, you've never censored me.
You need to be men. I invited you here. I wanted you on. You came. I appreciate being here in person.
Of course.
You need to be men. It's not about I can't take your criticism. You need to stop the mental illness. You can spend all day hating Israel, okay? I'm just saying, you got to focus on China. It's like you said, you got to learn to see other points of the compass.
Yeah. No, I mean, you can't just be honed in. Like, obviously, right, you guys know me. Israel hates me. I hate them too. But, you know, the biggest problem here is I think that China is gaining more and more influence, more and more power.
And Israel sells our weapons to them.
And Israel, yes, and they steal our secrets as well and sell it to them. So I do think that China is something that we've been ignoring for a very long time, and we need to focus on and get out of the Middle East.
I'll give them that one. We do need to get about the Middle East and let them govern themselves. Actually, it's because of our interference in the Middle East. Why some of you guys are able to sit here and complain about radical Muslims is because of our destabilization of Middle Eastern countries. I mean, Somalia, Sudan, Iran, Afghanistan. I mean, hey, yo, let's be real. Due to our interference in the Middle East is the reason why, I mean, people in the UK are complaining about the radical Muslims that they done pulled out of Pakistan. What can I say? They chose the worst of them. It is what it is. I mean, I feel bad, though. Let's be real. But to sit there and, like I said, paint Islam as this evil religion because you got the jihadists all through UK, not really a valid thing to do, especially when most Muslims don't practice Islam like that. Like I said, hey, man, what can you do? What can you do when the propaganda got you? But all right, guys, go ahead and close out on this one. Actually, hold on. Don't I have another video? Nah. All right, there, man. I'll save these for tomorrow. But all right, guys, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and close it down for the night, man. It was fun. It's definitely fun going back and forth with y'all. If you have any other question, comment, jokes, disagreements you want me to answer before I head out, shoot, I'll take a good 3 to 5 minutes to go ahead and wait for them to come in. I don't know if y'all still want to find, like, what do you find in Sharia law? I mean, bro, do you fully understand Sharia law? Do you fully understand Sharia law? Like, do you? And what it says in the Quran, what a Sharia law is, and not what a Muslim culture say about it. Because, like I said, all Muslim cultures, or all Muslims, or Arab, my bad, not Muslim culture, all Arab cultures practice Islam differently. That's just the fact of the matter. And y'all got to decipher which Muslim group is the best one or which Muslim group is the less radical one. Because I'll tell you right now, it ain't the Pakistanis. It ain't the Pakistanis. They're probably the most extreme of the Muslim groups. So I would say you guys got to go ahead and differentiate between the Muslims and which culture they are. And I don't know, that's just me saying, but I doubt you'll do so because, well, it's way easier just to hate something that you don't understand. But all right, let me see here. They do have core attendance. That's how I know you didn't read the Quran, my friend. They do have core attendance. Bro, I can tell you don't know if you just listen to CNN. I mean, bro, I listen to Fox News, CNN, independent journalists, of course, mainstream media. So, Don, you really don't know what you're talking about. I mean, you just tuned in to the last half of the show thinking that you know something. Well, sorry, you don't. But it's just, bro, I'll be happy to have this conversation, bro. We can have a debate about this and shoot. I mean, hey, I'll do my research, you do your research, and we can both bring up, debate the Quran. Is Islam an evil religion? And we can debate it, and I'll be happy to have that debate with you. I mean, shoot, hey, I have full respect for Christianity, so no, I won't be shaming Christians in any way, shape, or form because I don't believe in that. So we can definitely have that debate respectfully. I'd love to have it. So, all right, guys, I guess we're going to go ahead and tune out on this one, man. It's been fun. We're going to go ahead and leave out on the jazz. Appreciate the support, guys, man. So let me go ahead and get that jazz started for you.
So magic, no tricks.
All right, man. Y'all be safe out there, man. This is Set with Set Media, and I'll catch you guys either later on today or about 1 to 2 in the morning on Monday. But I'm going to try to see if I can squeeze in a midday live for you guys. Appreciate the support, man. Peace.